right, Debbie, ready? All right, we're going to call to order the regular meeting of the Lions Board of Trustees for Monday, March 18th, 2019. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Sullivan?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Drystad?
Present.
Trustee Farrell?
Present.
Trustee Carabas?
Present.
Trustee Wall?
Present.
Trustee Miller?
Present.
Trustee Browning?
Present.
All right, we have a quorum. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll take a brief reflective moment of silence, please. Thank you. Could I have a motion to amend tonight's agenda, please?
I move to amend the tonight's agenda by putting audience business immediately following the approval of the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Sorry.
I'll second.
All right, I'll call for it.
I did.
All right, I'll call for the vote. And the agenda is amended. Thank you.
Do we need to have an approval of the amendment?
We probably do. Go ahead.
I further move to approve tonight's agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All right, and our agenda is approved. Thank you. All right, so that means we will move right into audience business. Audience business is the portion of the meeting where the audience is welcome to approach the board on topics that are not on tonight's agenda for a public hearing or for public input. We do have 4 items on the agenda tonight for public input and public hearings. So if you're here to give public input on the single hauler proposal, Ordinance 1051, which is an ordinance approving a lease of town. Okay, I'm going to struggle tonight, I can tell. Town property to 4196 Ute Highway, DBA Spirit Hound. Ordinance 1056, which is amending Article 8, Chapter 2 of the Lions Municipal Code to revise the town's boards and commissions. Or if you're here for Ordinance 1055, amending Section 13-3-9 of the Municipal Code for the purposes of creating water rights dedication requirement. Those opportunities for public input will come later under ordinances and public hearings. If you're here for any other topic, you're welcome to come forward, and you can give your name and address for the record, and each person will have 4 minutes. Would anyone like to start audience business? Do you have a list?
I have a list,
Okay.
but I'm not sure how many of the people are actually through the rest of your agenda.
Okay. We'll just call the names, and if you're here for one of the items I just mentioned under public hearings, you can just wave us off and we'll go to the next person. Angie Francis. Do you want to get that back to the tab? Maybe let her call.
3 or 4 minutes.
I said 4 minutes.
My name is Angie Francis, and I live at 116 Nolan Court. A few board meetings ago, I heard staff explain to the public that they take our safety seriously when a situation was described about water quality here in town. Our water met all regulations. There was just some recording issues that we needed to be aware of. Nothing to worry about. I heard the town staff say that public safety is their top priority. I tried to let that sink in. But this is the thing. As a mother here, I am not feeling safe. Tonight, I'm here to remind you all of why we are urging the town to adopt an up-to-date, responsible, transparent, backed by science weed management plan. For years, the town has been exposing individuals to chemicals. Not intentionally, but it is happening. I want my voice to be heard tonight. I and hundreds of others in town do not feel safe with the chemicals that are currently being used in our public spaces. We are being exposed to chemicals that cause horrible health issues. My wish is that our town show respect to an individual's right to not be exposed, And I want our town to be bold enough to take actions that protect the integrity of our ecological systems. This is a very personal matter for me, and standing here is not easy tonight. My family is experiencing firsthand what the exposures of pesticides can do to our bodies. My father was a parks worker for 30 years in Boulder and was exposed to pesticides. At the time, he did not know how bad it was. For the past 10 years, Parkinson's disease has degraded his body and quality of life to an existence that no one should have to endure. We have been told by doctors that his disease was triggered by pesticides. Genetically, my family is predisposed to not be able to process chemicals. This means it is my responsibility to protect my children. It is extremely upsetting as a mother when we find out that the parks that we take our children to play on are laden with the things that I must protect them from. Several years ago, my children and I were exposed to pesticides as we were driving down 2nd Avenue. A seasonal worker was spraying rocks and it was going everywhere. There were no signs, there were no warning. We breathed in toxic fumes before we even realized what was happening. I found out later that a friend who has a yard that borders the street lost a lot of her plants due to the pesticides. Last April, we were exposed to pesticides after the first round of spraying in Laverne. We were told it would not happen, yet our friends were exposed to it in the second round. We can do better. The science is there. I have some handouts tonight that I will give to you to refer to. Pesticide exposure causes neurological conditions, disrupts endocrine systems, and is a factor that causes all types of cancers. Right now, I have 2 close friends with children under the age of 5 with cancer. Managing parks and open lands can be done without the easy approach that has been taken for decades, using chemicals. Boulder manages its parks without toxic chemicals. There are over 170 towns in Canada, and big cities like Vancouver don't use pesticides. 8 out of the 10 provinces in Canada have introduced legislation banning the cosmetic use of pesticides. Thousands of other towns across the world, Belgium, Japan, and the US have already stopped pesticide use on public areas. In France alone, there are over 900 towns that do not use pesticides. It can be done. This all being said, I'm really hopeful that we can make a positive change for the children and for our natural world. We have the knowledge, we have the tools, and we need to act accordingly for the health of our children and for our environment. Thank you for listening to me tonight, and here are some of my handouts. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you want to call the next person?
Tess McDonald.
I'm back. Just kidding. I'm Tess McDonald. I live at 376 JJ Kelly Road here in Lyons. I'm here to ask that you vote yes on the new integrated weed management plan. Delaying another season without checks and balances on chemical uses is irresponsible. CNN is comparing the glyphosate class action to the tobacco industry cover-up decades ago. You can say Roundup caused cancer, but it's been proven, you can't say that it caused cancer, but it's been proven that it contributed to cancer. We cannot afford to expose people without their knowledge. For example, the Elmores, the ones that volunteer to weed right here at Town Hall, were shocked when the Town Hall beds were sprayed, killing many of her plantings, Mrs. Elmore said. Crystal with Lyons Volunteers was unknowingly exposed while weeding on Main Street. I think Lyons can do better. If you think so too, vote yes on the plan. The new integrated weed management plan would give the SOS Weeds Group insurance that we will not be sprayed while we implement Phase 1. What is Phase 1? Phase 1 is last resort spraying in all areas of Lyons except no spraying in Laverne, Sandstone, Barron Way, and the Riparian Corridor. These are areas Dave gave us, the SOS Weeds Group. We have 4 years to prove the regeneration is the path to successful land management. The best gardener in town, in my opinion, Garima with the Weed Posse, said she has never used chemicals in her life. And it's not like chemicals just go away. I tested the soil by the playground in Laverne over a month later after the second spraying last spring of Roundup, and the glyphosate was still present. We acknowledge that the flood set us all back, so much disturbed soil. The new plan addresses this with an integrated pest management approach. IPM is simple and widely used. Rella Abernathy is the IPM coordinator in Boulder County. When chemicals are used, dependent soil devoid of nutrients is created. Great for dry, barren land, but not for wet garden beds and lawns. Chemicals don't know the difference between a weed plant or a purchased planting or tree. All we have to do for phase 1 is replace the chemical costs, simply replace those costs with weed-free Colorado seed and a good high-quality fertilizer that builds soil health. That's it. Now, I gave Dave some resources that are organic and inexpensive and are used at Colorado State. Also, Kelly has offered, she's a SOS Weeds Group member, to give her soil expertise and composting expertise, and I have offered to help with outreach. The plan is broad in scope, so it can stand up to code. With little detail, we have more flexibility. Also, the new plan requires a one-page application before spraying. The application gives Victoria only the ability to approve Dave's proposals to spray. Leaving it in one person's hands is risky. There needs to be checks and balances, especially now. It's not complicated. Build soil health. Continue to mow and aerate and weed whack, but kick your pesticide habit goodbye. The research shows in the long term, at least 4 years, it actually costs less to go natural. We hope to work with Dave and the community. Vote yes for a safer Lions. We can't wait another season. Who would like to see this? She'll give it to you.
Is that what you were talking?
That's the application. It's very short.
Can you have the part where you read off of tonight?
Sure. And this is also for the board. It's what IPM is. Thank you, Coco.
Nicholas Angelo.
Nicholas Angelo, 4089 Ute Highway. That's a tough act to follow. I'll tell you, we've had our property for 36 years. Have never used anything toxic on it. It was actually one of the only things my son, who I've done a lot of things for, actually thanked me for. He said, "Daddy, thank you for never using poison on the land." He's got a degree in that particular subject. So I agree with the ladies who have spoken previously, 100%. And I really don't want to talk too much about the extra expense that it might cost to implement an organic program. That doesn't make economic sense. Plus, I think from a advertising standpoint, to be able to let people know that our parks, which will end up being some of the most beautiful parks in Boulder County, are pesticide-free. I think that that is something that we can be very proud of, that will draw even more people to town. But what I actually came to speak about is the entrance to Stone Canyon again. It's never been finished. Only one tree was ever planted. The irrigation system hasn't been turned on since it was installed, and every other planting that took place had many other plantings, fancy grasses and other things, and all we have at the entrance of Stone Canyon, one of our most exclusive subdivisions, is one tree and no sod around the signal light boxes, and that's town property also. The other thing I'd like to address is whether we ever negotiated with Longmont for the electric franchise on the Eastern Corridor. We should have done it perhaps when we purchased the land. I don't want to think that we are going to develop the Eastern Corridor and have everybody from now to eternity send Longmont their electric bills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria? I'm sorry, but I can't read the writing for the last name.
Cox? Oh, Maria Cox?
Oh, it's the girls. Okay.
Followed by Toby Russell. Oh, no? Followed by Dan, are you, no, it's not this. It'll be Coco.
Hi, I'm Laura Cross. I live at 59 Longmont Dam Road. We're a Girl Scout troop from a local Girl Scout troop, and we'd like permission to sell tea and lemonade during Folks Fest and Rocky Grass.
At the Three Bears location on High Street.
Can you also give your name and address for the record?
Grace Trockman, 11725 Elmerland Drive.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had to interrupt you. Can you say again where?
Longmont, Colorado.
Where you want to sell lemonade? Sorry.
At the Three Bears on
Three
High
Bears.
Street.
Okay.
High Street.
Anything else you want to share?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Just to remind people, we don't respond to the things we hear at the public hearings. We're just in listening mode here right now. So, who's next?
Coco Gordon. Followed by Aaron Whitbeck. He said no. He's coming up for something else. And Toby.
Hi, everybody. I'm Coco Gordon, 523 Fifth Avenue, across the street. And I wanted to start backwards here with a wonderful article I got about hugel culture being used in Boulder County now from actually a student of mine in permaculture from years ago when I was teaching on the Front Range. And the hugel culture is so simple. It's just laying down lots of wood in any pattern, straight or curved or towards the sun. And it's all things that's collected from yard waste, things that are left over from projects, lots of different kinds of wood. The more the merrier, because they rot at different stages and it keeps the moisture in. And once it's covered with earth on top or composted earth on top, it goes by itself for almost forever and ever and ever. And I have it on my property because I've been doing it for 5 years now. It's amazing. I want this done in pockets, in different pockets for some of the places that we are charged with reconstructing, regenerating the soils, because we need the best possible soils that by themselves do not want weeds. The weeds are part of succession. They only come when the soil is disturbed. So if you have things that are growing well, you will not have those weeds. And in your own code, the Ecology Advisory Board has been the one appointed to be in charge of proper utilization and protection of the natural resources and protection of the watershed resources for the town, and shall conduct research into its local land and water areas and seek to coordinate the activities of the unofficial bodies organized for similar purposes. This is section 2.8.190 in your own code on your site. And part of that code, I'm not reading the whole thing because you probably know it. If not, people here might not. And that the balanced ecosystem is one of the most important parts of the Ecology Board's part in the code. The skip down to the bottom here, the preservation of programs of public or private engagement opportunities are not limited to ecologically focused workshops or classes monitoring programs and volunteer projects and social gatherings. And we are going to be doing testing of different sites that we can do in batches of 4 places each time for a certain amount of the cost that we got our LCF grant to do. So we can do 7 combinations of 4 different places 7 times in this next year, and we're planning on doing that. And as a liaison, we are the subgroup of the Ecology Board. We have the same powers to do these kinds of projects and social gatherings and fundraisings and getting volunteers together, and it's part of your code. I just wanted to say that as a liaison for local residents, that's how we're trying to be contributing. We're not trying to go against anything. We want to make things easier for everyone. We brought the most expert people we could together to be able to do these things. And I really hope that we go organic, even though we wanted to do it all at once. We realize we have to phase it in. I can't just do everything at one time. We'll do one at a time, prove how wonderful and beautiful the projects are and how successful it is. Thank you. I'll give you the first 3 pages here. Whoa. I didn't copy my article yet, so I'll send this separately.
Thank you, Coco.
Aaron Whitback? Is Aaron here?
Can you just send it to Deb?
You want to speak?
Was that on the agenda?
No, you signed in to speak?
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I thought it was for attendance.
Okay, that's fine. Beck Farrell, followed by Nick. Beck Farrell, followed by Mike Mahoney. Maybe they're all coming up at the same time.
All right. Hello, Beck Farrell, 140 Stone Canyon Drive. And we just wanted to say we're super happy and excited for the phase 2 of Bone Park being passed and like the skate park being implemented into that. And the 3rd version of the skate park was recently approved by Parks and Rec. And we're just looking forward to getting it approved in this summer. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that both Mike and Brett?
I don't.
Is that a different group? Okay. Mike? No?
You think call for Mick Mahoney?
Oh, Mick. Mick Mahoney.
Come on up, sir.
Well, I just signed, I thought everybody that came in had to sign the thing.
That's okay, you don't have to do that.
But I'll listen the rest of the night.
Okay. Brett Riley?
Yes. I signed in because I thought I was supposed to, but I'll talk because I get a chance to talk because everybody else is passing. My name is Brett Riley, R-I-L-E-Y. I live at 20 Jasper Drive, just up the hill over there, which is not within the town limits. However, I am a skateboarder from way, way back. And I saw Beck posting on Facebook, yes, even though I'm older, I do look at Facebook. And I'm in the Lions, a couple of Lions groups on Facebook, and I want to thank those young men for participating in this political process because they were here. I had very limited time, but I did make it for the very tail end of the Parks and Rec piece, which was, I guess, the final decision-making piece for the skate park. And I understand that Beck and his friends have been fairly well engaged in that process, and I'm really happy that they are. I think that he said, man, I hope that we can go first so we can go do our homework. Like school is great, but this is such a wonderful educational opportunity. That being said, I understand there are people that say, well, does the town want to spend money on a specific thing like a skate park? Yes, you do. You have kids. All of you are raising kids in this town, and I will tell you that kids reach a certain age and they start to act rebellious. They want to disconnect, and what better place to go than a skate park? You want to have a park that serves all kids. So when the kids get older, then the little slides and the little plastic handlebars that they can jump on, the monkey bars and that sort of thing, a park can serve the teenagers as well. And not all I'm just I don't want to disparage any particular sport, but not everybody plays organized sports, football, baseball. Some kids are going to want another outlet. I was one of them. Certainly, I'm sure had you viewed me when I was 15 years old riding around a skateboard, you probably would have been concerned about my future. But I turned out just fine. So please, if there's some question about the financing for the half pipe part, like, let people know, let us know, and we will try to get together and have a bake sale or something to try to just the same thing that was going on to get the library. And then finally, the last thing I'll say, I didn't time myself to see if I'm going over time.
No, it'll ring.
Oh, awesome! It's gonna ding me. So the final thing I wanted to say was I saw somewhere, and you guys will have to tell me if this is wrong or right. There was like a concern about whether or not the upper part of the
I'm sorry, you have to address the board.
Like it would need a railing at the upper part of the half pipe if maybe it was too high off the ground. And I just have a simple suggestion for that is you don't have to do any railings at all if you just berm up the earth onto the back of it. In other words, that raised up part doesn't have to be raised up to where people would fall off the back, because you just berm it up with soil, and that's usually how I see it at a lot of skate parks. And you can, if you didn't want people coming up that part of the soil for whatever pedestrian, you wanted to direct pedestrians a certain way, you just put the boulders there like you do in all the other areas of the park. And I don't know if that's my time, but all right. Sorry, I know.
Thank you.
It's not your thing.
Hey, Bailey.
It's other business.
Pardon?
It's for later.
For later? Okay. And Marianne Osler?
Hello, I'm Marianne Elsler, 107 Bond Court, Lyons. So first, and I'm going to address the single hauler. I think I've written letters to...
Oh, we have a separate public input time for that. I'm sorry.
It's not right now?
I'm sorry, yeah, if you could wait until we call it
sure.
up. We're going to do that separately.
Well, if I could just
do you want to talk about something else?
Yeah, I just want to ask you to please support the new weed management plan from SOSWAP. I think it's critical to everyone's health and safety to have this. We've done a lot of work and research on this, and we know it's something that we can do, and we can make Lyons, a beautiful, safe, organic town, and we could advertise that all over the place, and people would love that. So I encourage you to do that, and I'll speak to the single haulers.
Okay, thank you.
Will Leonard?
Hello, I am Will Leonard. I live on 347 McConnell Drive. I wanted to talk today about the skate park designs and how you wanted community input. And I think that you should go with the third design because it gives us a half pipe like we had at the old skate park, but that was eventually taken away. And lots more features and ways for people to be expressive and just be creative almost. And I just think that would be a very good, helpful output for people and kids. Thanks.
Great job. Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anyone else here for audience business that was not on the list?
I'm not on the list.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Laverne Johnson, 306 Evans, and at least for 50 years we've been trying to get a skate park, and we finally got one. And I'm for all the things that they want now, even if we have to raise the money like Mr. Riley suggested. And I think we can do it. And it is better and cheaper if we do the whole thing all together. And it would be wonderful if the kids had that skate park, and it would fulfill many dreams. As we would go to Loveland, we'd see a skate thing on the west side of the highway. Then we'd go down Arapahoe Road, and there was one there by a church, and my kids were always wanting a skate park, and that was 50 years ago. So anyhow, I want to encourage you to vote for it, even if we have to raise money.
Thank you.
We do have one more.
Yep. There was another.
Chastity.
Hi, Chastity Volkovats, 308 Seward Street. First, I actually want to say congratulations on the Safe Routes to School grant. We are so excited. I know you have seen me here many weeks and months ago talking about the school zone, and I realize this is one of the first steps to get this really important connection that feels safe for our students that are going from Lyons Middle Senior to Lyons Elementary and vice versa. I also was wanting to get on the record to thank our deputy in charge, because we have an extra SRO officer who has been dedicating time at the Lyons Elementary drop-off in the morning and just kind of surveying and making sure he has a presence, and it's made a huge difference in traffic calming and getting people to slow down. And but just so you know, the school zone is still on our mind. We really want that perimeter safe. We really are going to be pushing for sidewalks over the next several years, and just some more striping. And we also know the beacons, flashing beacons, are coming on the 15-mile-per-hour signs. And then second, I'm also here in support of the skate park for option 3, for the part that includes the half pipe, the extra money that I know I can help get behind and help fundraise for that. So as a mom of a scooter kid mostly, and a mom of other kids that board and scooter, I love to see them down there. I think it's fun for them. And so please support that option 3, and let's just get what the kids really want first. So thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe you have one more speaker.
Anyone else for audience business? I think he was here for him first, and then come on up, and then we'll get over here.
Hi, I'm Peyton Bolkovats, and I'm here in support of the skate park alternate free because it has a half pipe and it's the best out of all the alternates. Banger.
Good job. Thank you. All right. I think we have a couple more.
Hey all, how you doing tonight? My name's Craig Plavidal. I live at 1020 Apple Valley Road, just outside of town. Just wanted to say thanks to everybody for putting in their effort, their input, everything in towards getting this the skate park built. Super stoked on it. Sounds like option 3 has a chance. If there's any shortage of money, we'll all jump in and help out. Maybe not all of us, but most of us. And love to see that option on the table so we can make it happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. More?
Hello. I'm Jeff Christie, 208 Cobblestone Court, and I just wanted to speak very briefly tonight in support of the Ecology Board's weed management plan. I think it's critical that we move forward with that, both from the perspective of the short-term health and viability of our community, but also, perhaps more importantly, debatable, but the long-term potential liability that we have and that we might be taking on as a town when we apply these materials that are known to be dangerous. So I just wanted to make those points. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for audience business that hasn't had a chance to speak? Okay, we'll close audience business. We're going to go switch things back up and go to staff reports next. Thank you.
Hey, my name's Jim Murray. I live at 55. You should have received the, on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Mayor Sullivan, can you please turn the microphone?
That's loud enough, don't I? We have here in front of us where should be a slide back.
Hang on, I'm trying to see my size in here, what's going on. See anything?
Projector.
Oh, you think it's this?
Yeah.
Sorry. There we go. No, I don't think so. I'll just minimize it a hair. Okay. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, anyway, we don't have the revenue, but you see the expenditures that we had during the month of February, $675,000. And got any questions about that? The next slide after that is unaudited revenue and expenditures, and the green bar is our revenue, and blue is expenditures, and you can see the water fund and the sanitation fund has a tremendous amount of expenditures. That is due to the fact that we are paying $152,500 from the water fund and from the sanitation fund for the water treatment plants out on the eastern corridor. This is the last payment. You own the land, free and clear. Okay, I wanted you to know that.
Might take a second. I don't know what's going on.
Shall I continue on? The next slide after that is my Bronco slide.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. You know, they talk about having a cap ceiling and all that, but we removed the payments for the land from that. And now you can see the blue is revenue, orange is expenditures. Every fund in the month of February is in a positive situation.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah. Okay.
Back to
All right. Here we are in the year-to-date. This is January and February. As you can still see that, again, we have expenditures, but we don't have much income coming in. But just be patient. It's going to start to show up in the month of March. All right. First quarter, same old, same old. Revenue is not as great as the expenditures, and we've got, but it will get better. Now we're looking at the general fund. It looks like we're comparing, let me read the thing.
the first quarter.
First quarter, so that would be 2 months. 2 months of revenue, 2 months of expenditures. Electric fund, look at that. Electric fund's got a lot of money there. But the expenses are not coming in yet, so we should start to see that expenditures start to show up, going up.
During the warmer months.
Yep. Water fund, it's the opposite direction, but that's because it's got the $152,500 in it.
One of the things I observed is because it's early in the year, at least as I understand it, there are some revenue entries where there's 1 month of revenue but 2 months of expenses.
Sure.
Yep.
In other situations, there's 2 months of, or 1 month of expenditure, 2 months of revenue. So this early in the year, it's a little difficult to really.
Right. It really is. It's tough. It's because of just the timing, how we get the money. And the money that came in January belongs to 2018, so we put it in 2018. And that's what kind of skews it a little bit. So there you have the different funds.
One more question.
Sure.
Back to electric, where are we with purchasing meters, the new meters?
We have not purchased the meters.
Do we have a time frame for that? That seems to keep being pushed back, so.
It does continue. The UEV, if you recall, the bids came in significantly higher than what we had budgeted. And so we were going to go out for a new RFP on that. And that just hasn't risen back to the top again. So we can try to make that a priority here this coming month.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're back to sanitation. Same problem here with 152.5, skewing the expenses. Parks and Rec, looking good in 2 months. We're doing good there. Yeah. All right. That's my slides.
Can I ask a question about Parks
Sure.
and Rec revenue? So are we, how are we recognizing revenue? So if they make, is it when the purchase is made, or is it when the actual reservation is to occur? So if they reserve a camping spot for June, are we recognizing that revenue when they make the reservation or in June?
We are recognizing it when they make the reservation.
Okay.
If the reservation was made in 18, we're endeavoring to move that revenue to 2019 revenue. That's the only, does that make?
We are booking already through early months of summer, actually through the middle of summer already. So that's why this month is so high. Plus, we have had quite a full RV, people staying in the RV park this January and February as well.
So just like, do we refund the money if they cancel before a certain time frame, or is that money ours even if they
I don't know the rules on that.
cancel? I'm curious. Yeah, I just wondered, do we need a reserve for cancellations, like if we were to have a big rain event or something?
How it works currently is if you cancel your reservation more than 2 weeks in advance, you do get the refund, but the vacancy rate or the occupancy rate still is so high in terms of the turnover. But I think the part of your question is anything booked in 2018 for 2019, we are putting into 2019 so that the revenue should be annual. So if you booked in November 2018 for reservation in like Memorial Day weekend, that will not hit 2018, that will hit the year 2019. Does that answer your question?
It does. I guess I'm just kind of, I think that'll be a really interesting one for whoever the new finance director is what's the general accounting practices for recognizing revenue. There's multiple ways to do it. I'm not necessarily saying we're doing it wrong, just if you are going to recognize it, sometimes you need a reserve just in case you, for whatever reason. It sounds like it's not an issue because we have such a demand. But.
Well, it's a good point because if you, let's say you book in 2019, cancel in 2019, it all gets credited in the same year. I think, right. To your point, it's when it's 1 year into the next. And so far, we feel like we have a pretty good grip, pretty solid on when those bookings are for the next year to take that whole amount of money. And we've let finance know that should go to 2019 if it's for 2019, but reserved in 2018. So we got the money in 2018.
So we're getting a pickup now, essentially, for the money we've been holding in 2018. Did it get recognized in January?
That's a.
I'm just wondering because that number is really high compared to prior years.
I think there should be, and I think that came up in the budget meetings where it was looking high, in November and December. And I remember saying to Anna, "That's not all 2018 camping. Some of that we're going to have to pull out of 2018." And actually, probably if you looked at it, 2018, then the total amount would have come down, and so we were not as aggressive in our camping revenue for 2019, knowing that some of that 2018 was actually going into 2019.
It might be a really good question for the auditors, just to say how would you like us to do this?
Great question.
So, okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff on the finances? Trustee Browning?
Yes, the sales tax numbers look good for the first month, collections through February. But I'm wondering about the new occupation tax, the $2 a night for camping and Airbnbs and everything else. Are we going to get a report that will show monthly collections on that?
We certainly can do it. I haven't even thought about doing that for you tonight, but we can work on that.
And my other question relating to that is there were discussions last year about how the Planet Bluegrass camping was going to be assessed and collected for their $2 a night for their festivals. And I never heard how that got resolved, if it got resolved.
Why don't you just come up? For that one. Just push the button.
Okay, so I'm sorry, what was the
Lodging tax for
question?
Planet River.
When we met with them to approve the lease agreement, we are supposed to get several things from them, and I know we're working on it, but one is the plan for the tax for camping in the parks, as well as some other, and you'll probably see those coming as well, some of the re-shifting for the parking to get that, so it wouldn't be a one-time only.
He's asking about how are we going to, is there a plan on how to collect the lodging fee out there yet for campers?
Well, my understanding is the onus was kind of, we wanted to put it back to them to suggest how to do it. And when Brian and I have had conversations, it's based on number of campers that they think they'll have, and then it's per site. And so, you know, we have to get into the tent part. And so he and I have talked about a number of about 4 to 6 based on that. But until we have the sales numbers of how many campers they have, we don't know that yet. Does that make sense?
I didn't understand the 4 to 6.
People
Oh, 4 to 6 people, like in
per
a site.
So it would be something like they know the total number of camping sites that they have.
Or flip it around. So if, you know, the lease this year I think is for up to 800 campers. And so if the number was 4, I'm on the hot seat to do math, that'd be 200 times the $2. So that would be, help me out, Mark, 400.
So if they have like 800 campers at a particular one of their campgrounds, and you figure 4 campers per site, they would charge 200 times $2.
Correct.
Per night. Okay.
Yes.
I
And that's per night. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Right.
And we've also leased this year 9 nights total. It's a little bit different from past years.
In the park.
For both festivals. One is
both, yeah.
the Rocky Grass is a 5-day lease this year, and Folks is a 4-night.
Right. Okay.
Instead of 8 days like it has been in the past.
So you're kind of expecting a report on them for that because they've already built out their camping, I think.
Right.
I think they've already sold it.
Well, but I don't know how many campers they have yet. We just know there could be a maximum. We usually get that number from them so we can start planning May-ish, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Because you're right, it does become a budget number for other things, but also
sort of like the accrual thing on the camping, and I know that's not taxed for the parks too, but if they've already billed and collected all their fees from their campers for the summer festivals, which I think they have, then it looks like we should be getting the tax money.
Sure, I'll make a note to definitely follow up with Brian this week.
All right, thank you.
Could you turn the mic off for us, please? Yeah. Thank you. Trustee Wah.
So I think that goes along with what Mayor Sullivan was getting at with when do we recognize that revenue for the occupation tax? And I don't think that we define that. So, I mean,
The auditor will. Actually,
yeah.
they'll define if we're going to accrue it or if it will be a cash accounting at the time it's booked.
Yeah, so in addition
we'll
to the town and camping revenue, what would the auditor say about how should businesses report that to the town, and do they have to do it when it's received or when it's actually, the stays actually occur? Okay, thank you.
All right.
I have an item. When we sell the land out at a water treatment plant in May, we're going to have more than enough money to make the water fund and the sanitation fund whole. My calculation is we'll have about $119,000 revenue from all this. My suggestion is that we put it in the clawback, but you guys need to decide what you want to do with that.
Start thinking about that.
I think there are legal reasons. There are things that may drive where that has to go. I don't know that we have the option to put it just in the general fund, but I would defer to the attorney to research that and let us know what our options are.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you tonight, but certainly something that's on our radar.
Thank you.
Couple.
Trustee Browning?
I had a question about that. The $119,000 figure you mentioned, does that include not just the amount paid to Longmont and the amount potentially to be received from the purchaser, but also costs like title policy costs, recording costs, attorney's time spent on that, staff time? I mean, there's a certain amount of carrying costs, so I think maybe that needs to be looked at as well, and whether those costs were charged to the utility funds. So I think we need to look at not just the single figure of purchase and sale, but also what other costs were accrued in the meantime.
No, I think it's a good point. I think they should look, I mean, they could be allocated to the utility funds. But I just remember the discussion when we looked at, could we even use this fund? It was pretty explicit that it couldn't be used as a way to play a shell game and eventually move the money somewhere else, because you have to keep the assets and the proceeds in that fund that you took the money from. But I'm sure there may be other ways to do it. We'll leave it, see what the attorney comes up with.
There's also the theory that if the utility funds bore the risk of holding that property, that perhaps they should get the rewards, the profit, if there's a profit.
Yeah, there's no shortage of needs in our utility fund. Say that. Okay, back to the town administrator.
I have a short update from Sergeant Christ, who is not feeling well tonight. I just received a note that they just placed the first modular unit up on Indian Lookout. It did. Yeah, she just said it did. No, it's in place. And so that was an all-day process, and there's 2 pieces to go. So they may or may not be working on it tomorrow as they planned. I think they will need to bring in some bigger equipment than what they used today. So that's an ongoing move. The municipal code updates are in at the municipal prosecutor's desk being finalized, and then to the attorneys. We hope to bring those forward on updates to general offenses in the Lyons Municipal Code in an April meeting. As one of our residents stated today, the deputies have been doing some what they call saturation patrol at both the elementary school and at the high school during peak times. And it appears that it has been working from their perspective as well. They said it's really quieted down some of the speeding complaints they've been having. And they are getting ready to move the speed trailer over now to the residential area as a further reminder, as the actual patrolmen are not there as frequently. And let's see. Other than that, he said things have been fairly quiet. The big cyclone bomb didn't hit Lyons as hard as everybody expected, so they were busy elsewhere that day. And then in regard to a few administrative items, I do want to make the board aware that the Boulder County Collaborative very generously decided to fund the additional $1 million toward the Apple Valley Waterline relocation project. So we are going to be able now to move the entire line over near the road instead of under the river. And so we are kind of reestablishing and starting to meet with Longmont again, getting the engineers back on board to start that process up. But the collaborative was very, very supportive of that project. So that leaves a remainder of round 3 allocations at $1.4 million to be allocated amongst the collaborative. At this point, it appears that both Longmont and Lyons are the 2 that have remaining projects that we feel we could get done by the end of the year. So we are meeting again on April 5th to discuss and hopefully allocate where that last $1.4 million will be allocated. And in your packet was the staff's list of priorities based on the unmet needs that had to be identified 4 years ago. And we continue to update those. So if there's any discussion the board needs to have on those items, we can. Otherwise, staff will continue to work with whatever amount we are finally determined to get. So Bone Park Phase 2, I'm thrilled to announce that it has been awarded its final environmental clearance. And Walsh Construction, who was originally on that project, has agreed to continue on the construction. They are presenting some remobilization costs and checking on their unit prices for some of the construction materials. When you hold a project for this long, prices go up, and that is not part of our budget, but we're going to do our best to keep it in line so that we have enough to allocate, hopefully, to that option 3 skate park. The other thing you're going to be seeing is a big interpretive sign out there that is going to be one of the requirements by the State Historic Preservation Office describing the history of flooding in the area and living with the St. Vrain, basically is what it's going to be called, I believe. You're also going to see some changes down at the October hole. If you recall, one of those structures was at a very steep angle and not very attractive. I think over the next couple of weeks, you should be seeing that taken out and put in more appropriately at a larger ratio so it's less dangerous and hopefully with less of the grouting showing. So that is going to be taking place here before the river comes up. We do have a visitor, the new director of DOLA, Rick Garcia, will be in Lyons on April 3rd for a visit with elected officials and a tour. So if you are available, I'd love for you guys to join us. And we continue to have a really good working relationship with DOLA, but we are going to continue to need their assistance into 2020. So it's important we express that to the new director since he has not been involved with any of our flood recovery at all. So it's important. And we are being told that the FEMA updated flood maps, now this has been going on for a few years, are now going to be going for their final public input before adoption. So each of the different counties in Colorado have a different month they're being reviewed. So they're starting with the least impact on the floodplain. So they're starting out in Larimer and, or not Larimer, in out by Sterling and then Fort Morgan. They'll make their way to Boulder County in July. So we will have to do a lot of public education because people who were not previously in a floodplain or a floodway may now be in one if these get adopted. And so it's important that we do public outreach as we head toward that and get those final maps so that everyone understands the implications to their insurance and building forward. So July is when we anticipate that coming forward for final adoption. And I think that's pretty much our insurance meeting. We were happy to hear that the excess carrier after the flood has agreed to continue to work with us through 2019. Every year it's been difficult to rationalize with them on why it's taking so long for our insurance claims to be closed. And the biggest reason was the public works contents couldn't be purchased until we had a building to put them in. And so they have said they will work with us through December, but there will be no period past that. And it does appear that our insurance coverage will probably hit very close to $10 million of coverage that they will have taken care of for us. Any questions on other issues? Okay.
All right, thank you. So the next item on the agenda then is for public input, specifically for the single hauler proposal. So we're going to get a presentation from staff and then we'll open it up for public comment.
I'm going to sit sideways if that's okay, so that I can see the audience as well as the board. Is that okay? But I present to the board. I'm going to sit sideways because I got some things.
No.
Yep.
Thank you, Jim. You can be here till we sit on the board.
So we what?
You can come over. Oh, you want to be on the side. Just
Is it coming?
She'll make it great.
Great. I figured I'd need some beverages for this meeting. Excellent. Good evening. My name is Toby Russell. I, up until a month ago, was the sustainability coordinator for the Town Alliance. Now I work somewhere else, but I'm coming here for fun. I'm presenting for the third time to the board a process that we've been working on for 13 months around residential hauling. And because there's audience input tonight, it was recommended by the board that we present an overview of the things that the Sustainable Futures Commission has been looking at and we've been discussing, so that people can see that before contributing, so that we make sure it's based on that. One of the things I want to draw attention to is that sustainable priorities have been put forth by the town. We have a goal to reduce the amount of solid waste, to support recycling and compost programs, and strive towards zero waste. The Sustainability Future Commission and the town have been working to do this in many, many different ways. One of the ways that we'll talk about tonight is the concept of pay-as-you-throw, but it is not the only way, and it will not be the be-all and end-all of the efforts that the Sustainable Future Commission will be making towards reducing our waste. The EPA in 2004 put forth a material study that showed how much of our product, of what we use, can be diverted from landfill. So you can see here that we've got 12.3% of everything that we use, there's no current streams for that not to go to landfill. 53% of what we use can be recycled. 34% of what we use can be sent through organic end-use solutions. In Lions, we've been doing a lot and we've been getting better, but we still have a long way to go. You can see versus at 12%, 61.4% of our waste currently goes to landfill. 36%, 37% recycling, and a measly 2% for organic. Organic was one of the biggest reasons that we opened up the doors to what can we do to provide a solution for that makes sense. Currently in town we have very little organic solutions other than the cleanup days and backyard composting. So the service options that when we got together in the SFC and waste working groups and consulted experts, business as usual is always an option, right? That's something that we can do and something that can definitely happen. So we have a recycling center. It's moved. It's looking great. It's got a gate. It's going to get cameras this year. We also have curbside collection. There's 3 haulers that service that, and I think a couple of them offer recycling as optional within that. This year, for the first time, we've added 3 extra yard waste drop-off days. That's budgeted in the 2019 budget. We're excited about that. That's in addition to the spring cleanup day that we have. One of the things we could do is continue to sort of do ad hoc measures to kind of poke at a solution to divert more landfill. So we could continue business as usual, but have more yard waste drop-offs, potentially have scrap metal, more charm events, and really try and find solutions that are piecemeal but can improve where we're at. One of the challenges, we'll talk about the advantages and challenges of all of these in the next slide. Pay-as-you-haul, pay-as-you-throw is a concept that is a little bit complicated, which is why I've got my cans here. Pay-as-you-throw, currently in town there are 3 different trash sizes that people pay for. So we have the small 32-gallon size, a 64-gallon size, and a 96-gallon size. Current system,
I also said there's optional recycling, so I'm going to put that over there for now, because some people do that, but we also take it to the recycling center. With the 32 gallon under the current system, I'm just going to give these simple prices because I hate math, even though give me a spreadsheet, I start to get geeky. Let's say 32 gallon costs $20. 64 costs $22, and our 96 costs $26. So the cost only goes a little bit up as you increase service, because most of the cost for haulers is in moving their trucks around and the people, and less about dumping the waste at the back end. So the current system encourages people to throw more away, essentially. Pay-as-you-go as a concept looks to reduce the cost of people who use the least amount of trash and embed free recycling within that, and organics. So the concept of pay as you throw is, instead of charging you $20 for this, you probably charge less. So let's say $15, $16, $17. But you also get free recycling and compost-ish, in an ideal world. It's debatable. For a medium-sized can, that will cost exponentially more. So let's go 20, 15, 25, 30, right? So it's getting more expensive the more you use. So you're kind of being punished for using lots of trash, and that money that comes from here, from our biggest trash generators, goes towards supporting this recycling here. Anyway, those are my jars. I'm going to bring them up from time to time, but hopefully not too much, because that will get old very fast. The concept of pay-as-you-throw then, with multiple haulers, is that we still have the recycling center, there's multiple haulers, there is trash still at a variable cost, and there is recycling with multiple haulers. Under this model, where we have multiple haulers, we're probably not going to be able to get curbside composting, and there needs to be an ordinance put in place. The fourth option, which is the one that we presented to the board 13 months ago, and we've been working to see if it's feasible, was the concept of single hauler pay-as-you-throw. And what that does is, rather than having 3 private companies being forced to charge less for a little bit of trash and provide recycling, you work with one hauler and you create economies of scales through that, therefore being able to add organics. So you have cheaper pay-as-you-throw system where you have organics and recycling, but the general person who has a 32-gallon trash can pays less for all 3 than they would otherwise. So with the single hauler concept, it was believed when we presented a year and a month ago that it would be potentially the biggest impact on waste diversion and the best prices for residents. And I'll talk through, I talked some of these. Wow. Sorry, my mouth is very, very dry. Yeah, no, I'm going in there later. Business as usual, essentially, does not increase diversion, right? So we don't do anything to divert more trash. It is not in alignment with our goals. Business as usual plus, there's an incremental increase in diversion, but it needs labor, and there's a cost to the town for running extra events and such like. Pay-as-you-throw multiple hauler, the advantages and disadvantages and unknowns that we presented a year ago was that it does increase diversion. We probably won't be able to capture households that don't already subscribe to trash services. One of the things that we could do with Next is do that. Costs would likely go up to residents because essentially you're asking the current providers to provide more service, and the private market says, well, if you're asking me to provide more service, then I will charge you more for that. And there are examples of communities who've gone through pay-as-you-throw, multiple hauler solutions, and the costs are much higher to residents. I'll show you that in a second. It will not capture organics due to those costs. It's more convenient, that's nice. Pay-as-you-throw single hauler, it will increase diversion. It will capture households who don't currently use trash services. We didn't know a year ago if it would cost subscribers less or the same, but we thought it would. We didn't know if it would capture organics. We thought it could. We knew that it was more convenient, and it reduced trucks, which reduces GHG and impact to the roads. We didn't know who would do the billing for that, and we didn't know what would happen with the costs of the totes and who would pay for those and how those would be managed. And we did know that there will be public resistance because there's a loss of choice, right? That's going to be a given with any time that we're stepping in this direction. So Lion's current diversion, again, you saw this slide before, with pay-as-you-throw, reduces up to 20% of our waste to landfill. And I want to just hang here for a second because all the other efforts that we've looked at year after year may have a 1%, 2%, 3% increase with capital investment. This is a solution that can get us 20% waste reduction with very little investment by the town and reducing cost and increasing services to residents. So we thought this was a good thing to look for, and it's not something that we can just work out other solutions for, because I think that's something that we need to bear in mind as we're making the decision is, well, there's lots of other things we can do. Yes, we can do them, but they won't have the same impact and they will cost a lot more. This is just a quick sheet that shows the different costs for different communities. The city-run ones are very cheap. The open market means there are multiple haulers, but there is a pay-as-you-throw ordinance in place. So you can see those costs are a little higher, right? So Boulder is $32, right, for the smaller piece. Single hauler, you can see those costs come down because of the economies of scale. So it's not just that we're saying that we don't want multiple haulers. Like in an ideal world, we want everyone to be in business and succeeding, right? Like we want all the local companies that are here succeeding. But we don't think there's a model where you can move forwards with pay-as-you-throw and make it affordable to residents. Therefore, we wouldn't recommend that. So looking through those orange ones that we looked at last year, we weren't sure about the cost. We weren't sure if we could capture organics. We weren't sure if we could, who it would be billed through or how the totes would be managed. We put out an RFI to all of the haulers in December, the beginning of December. We notified all the haulers that we were going to go through that process. Who served the town, we emailed directly all of the haulers and requested that they did respond. And we got answers to some of those questions with the response. We received one response, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But it did answer a lot of the questions we had that we didn't know we could meet with this solution. The first question being, will it reduce the cost or keep the cost the same? Will it capture organics? The answer to both of those is a resounding yes. So through the received responses to the RFI, for a 32-gallon solution, the cheapest solution that we have for a $32 trash can right now is $20. The new solution that was proposed would be considerably less than that, and it would include all three services. So it will be lower, and it will provide organic solutions for everyone. For the medium-sized trash, which is 64 gallons, which is more than most households produce, it would be about the same for people who currently pay for trash and recycling. So it's still more affordable. It does get higher for the huge trash generators, but that's the whole point of the program, is that we are trying to encourage those people through ease of access to other solutions to move towards diverting their waste. That's kind of how the program works. There is a final piece, which is that there are current services who offer bags, right? And these bags are cheap and you pay for bags. I borrowed my daughter's socks for this. And those Those bags are really cheap, and they are useful for like our eco champions, right? We have a bunch of eco champions in this community. They serve on a lot of them serve on the SFC. A lot of them have worked their life to not generate trash, right? Like, I don't need any thing for trash, I just put it out once a month, right? And so one of the challenges with the pay-as-you-throw single hauler solution is that it doesn't necessarily serve these people here, right? These kids sock people who are very mindful and amazing, and we want to serve those people. So I think it would behoove us, is that a word? If we move forwards, that we address how to serve these peoples in creative ways. And it may be, including in any future RFPs, that we do require bag service. Challenge with that, maybe it puts the cost of these other services up a little bit because you have people opting out and you miss the economies of scale. We also are reducing the cost of hauling recycling back and forth to the recycling center because we have so much curbside solutions for that. Can we work with the county to take that cost and apply it to our eco warriors to offset what they are paying, which is not a lot of people and it's not a lot of money. So I'm very sure that we can find a way to showcase these guys and not damage the holistic 20% reduction across the community that we would not get in any other way. Yeah. So the only other piece I wanted to just quickly address was it will likely be built through the town. We've spoken to a lot of other communities who have worked with different haulers, and there is a process of setting that up. But when they come to uploading the files at the end of the month, it takes about 15 minutes, we've been told. It's not an incredibly long period of time of moving that CSV file into the system. With that, all of the customer questions and change of services and anything like that would go directly to the provider. And final thing I wanted to talk about before the public actually has a chance to talk about how they feel about it is when EcoCycle had their grant to do the education, they sent 3 groups of 3 Lions Middle High School students going door to door to 190 different participants. One of the questions on there was on a scale of 1 to 5, how would you feel about the town negotiating with single hauling company to provide curbside trash recycling and composting service at a reduced cost? Kind of because we've been working on this a long time. We've been talking about it publicly to boards. This is not new, although we realize that we do need to do a better job of communicating around this. You can see like 75% agree with this, like with the majority of those strongly agreeing, and only 10% are in the opposing side of things. So I thought this was useful to show that while we will hear from individuals, and I'm sure you've heard from individuals as this is being discussed more, we have asked this very specific question publicly through a survey last summer. And to summarize, the benefits of moving towards a pay-as-you-throw solution that we believe needs to be a single hauler to meet the economies of scales to make it work and affordable is there's up to 20% increase in diversion rates. First and foremost, as the sustainability guys, we want to tout that in big bold letters. There's increase in curbside services to everyone, right? Everyone gets trash, recycling, and compost. It's more convenient, there's less trucks, and the average cost to subscribers will be lower or stay the same. There are a few exceptions, and we talked about them, the bag people and these huge generators. The bag people we will find a solution for. The huge generators, that they should begin to divert their materials more. Savings at the recycling center could be used for other waste services or solutions that we're looking for. There's no upfront cost to the town other than the administrative side of setting up the systems. All service and communication will be done by the hauler. Bear-proof bins will be provided at a small fee. The challenges look like it builds through the town utility, right? So that will need administration. That is something we need to work on. It's not a big challenge. It's just something we need to implement. And those the lowest and highest cash generators may pay slightly more, or but we don't really want to do that with the lower. And there's a loss of choice, right? There is a clear loser of whoever does not win the bid will not be serving Lions. So whether that's One Way, Western, United, there is a loss there that is real people and real impact, and something that we do not take lightly. When I started down this journey, I knew very little about the concept of a pay-as-you-throw single hauler. And I was very resistant to it if we could not get to a place where we could have an increase in services for less cost. But because we have an increase in services at less cost, it reluctantly makes me feel like this is something we should move forwards with, even though there are challenges with it that we are all aware of. So those are my pieces there. Do you want to talk a little bit through the next steps should the board decide to continue to move in this direction?
Yeah, would be happy to. So Brandon Dimon, town attorney. As Toby has kind of talked about, it's kind of been a learning curve for everyone involved about this process. Single hauler systems are not very common in Colorado. There's only a handful of municipalities that do it. And so there's been not only a learning curve with the economics and the feasibility of this type of system, but also from the legal aspect as well. Toby mentioned earlier that we sent an RFI. The reason why we sent an RFI was we just didn't know if it was feasible or not for a town the size of Lyons, which is fairly small, to pull this off, or if any caller would be interested in doing it. Our firm had worked on RFI systems for all different industries, which were successful in obtaining information, and then moving on to a more complicated RFP process. So that was kind of the assumption in which we were moving along as we went through this process. Much later in this process, I had the opportunity to talk to the Lafayette City Attorney, who is also the attorney of every other city you saw on that page who have done the single hauler system. And he pointed out to me a very interesting state statute that's actually within the county section of the state statutes. It's relatively recent as well, in 1994, which in municipal law world is pretty recent, which requires cities to go through a very specific process. Cities and towns and counties go through a very specific process if you want to enter into providing your own trash service as a municipality or selecting a single hauler system. And so with that assumption, we now have, with that new knowledge, we now have a new reality through which to complete this process if the town would wish to move forward. And so I just want to kind of outline what that process would be. And so if the board would decide to move forward with a single hauler system, we would have to follow the statutory process. The first step in that would be to post a notice to all existing haulers in a newspaper of general circulation, stating the date in which this policy change would take place. And the statute lays out a minimum 6-month notice period for that notice to be posted before the policy change, which in this instance would be single hauler, to occur. As part of that notice, there's going to be a notice period which will be established, which any interested hauler of residential waste services could respond asking to participate in RFP process. Once the RFP process has been requested by one or more haulers, the town must follow basically a statutorily defined RFP process, which is actually fairly simple. This is simply that an RFP must be sent out to all eligible carriers who requested it, and that the town select a carrier based on that RFP criteria. While that RFP process is occurring, the timeline is essentially ticking. And when that notice date has expired, the 6-month notice period, we could start single hauler service with whoever the winner of the RFP process was. But that's kind of the steps forward if legally, if the board were to choose to pursue this option.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Yep. So the board passes an ordinance first to indicate we want to move forward, and then the RFP goes out? Or is it, at what point would we actually, and what's that decision for the board look like, I guess, in terms of the action?
I think the decision point is that the board would indicate to staff that it wishes to pursue this, and we would draft an ordinance. But in the meantime, we would put out this notice saying that within 6 months, the town intends to do a single hauler system, and that interested persons have 30 days to respond whether or not they're interested in submitting an RFP.
Okay, so the date for the 6th month actually can begin before the ordinance is actually passed.
Yes, I mean, if the ordinance were to fail, then that notice would then be rescinded.
And then the ordinance has the typical 30-day implementation.
Correct.
After.
What I would recommend is, so that would be a decision of the board, is that we pass a resolution authorizing the posting of the notice, and then after which we would work on the ordinance in order to keep this process moving along.
Are there any other questions? Trustee Browning.
Kind of a follow-up to the mayor's question. That statute is kind of strangely worded. I read through it. And do you read it as requiring the town to make an irrevocable decision? In our case, would it be a single hauler process rather than doing it ourselves before the notice is sent out that triggers the RFP process? Or can it be conditional of the town is considering doing a single hauler? If you wish to participate, submit proposals, because front-loading the decision presents obvious difficulties for a board.
Trustee Browning, I think you're 100% correct. The statute is very strange in many ways, and it's untested legally. But I think a conditional policy change that we are going to, the town is considering doing a single hauler system, which will take effect on X date, would be appropriate for the town to put out as part of its notice. I have at this point received notices used by Lafayette and Golden. And so, of course, we have a model to kind of go off of this point.
What did theirs say? Did they say we have decided we're doing this and under any circumstances? Or I mean, the obvious problem is you put out a notice that says we're going to do this, and you get 2 or maybe even 1 RFPs, and you're expecting a cost along the lines of what Toby has suggested, and instead it comes in double that. Well, you don't want to do it.
I don't think that. Yeah, theirs did not say it's conditional upon it being a certain price. Basically, with no uncertain time, said we are going to do this on X date. But I don't think that notice binds the town in any way to pursue this policy. I think there should be an action of the board, an ordinance most likely, and an acceptance of the contract later on through resolution in order to bind the town to carry through with this process. If an ordinance were to fail or the contract approval were to fail, the town would not be pursuing this policy change.
So if the RFPs came in and they were unacceptable for whatever reason, the board would just repeal the ordinance? Would that be the action?
You could repeal the ordinance, or it could not go for it on a contract. I mean, there's lots of different options. And we could always, presumably, the RFP process will be completed well before the 6 months is out. We'll have time to do the ordinance, knowing what the RFP responses are.
It's a very strange process. But, okay.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why this process has been so confusing and caught us off guard, because it's a very strange statute and a very strange place in the state statutes. And it's a learning experience for our firm, certainly, and I know it has been for Toby as well.
Trustee Wah.
I have a couple of questions for Toby. The first one is, I think you talked a little bit about this at one of our presentations. And the oh my gosh, I'm blanking, Eco Star
Cycle.
Green Star community worked really well in the elementary school and now in the middle high school, and they're also, it's just embedded in the lifestyle of those 2 schools now. And the grant that we had was trying to make that same thing happen with the residential community. But I recollect that you didn't think that was successful.
No, I wouldn't have said that wasn't successful. Okay. I think it's hard to... I think education will only get you so far when you have infrastructure challenges, right? Like if we don't have a policy or infrastructure to support what education is trying to push forward, like you can have educate all your students in the school, but if you don't have the receptacles to put the stuff in, their program's not going to be successful either, right? And if you don't have buy-in from the principal and the teachers and the cafeteria, it's not going to be successful. So while education is a huge component, I think we've got ahead of the game there. I think we're behind the game in policy and infrastructure.
Okay. The other question I have, you already talked about it, the bags that are $6.70. I just missed a piece. I had another thought in my head while you were talking about that. So that was addressing the people in our community that pretty much opt out of trash service now. They're not paying anything, or they're not paying a whole lot. So
it's different people, right? So you have people who opt out of trash service who take their bags and dump it in businesses or just off the grid or whatever. And then you have people who generate so little trash because they are backyard composting, or they're moving all their recycling, and they're doing purchasing decisions that really support like this huge, this is where we all need to get to, right? Like that they're really like moving forward. So I think when I'm looking at this dynamic, I'm looking at, yes, I think we can provide a solution for our eco champions who are really diverting the waste and have some way of proving that, so that we can provide like offsets for them or something that still allows the rest of the system to work. Because if we just allow anyone to opt out, then the economies of scale of this model does not work.
So then would the Sustainable Futures Commission work on that type of an offset program and bring that
and it's
to
something
us?
we can
Should go
include
ahead with
within
this?
if we have to move through this new bidding process where we have to go out to bid now, and that if we do have to do that, something we can include as an option within that to see if the haulers can come up with a solution for us. I think that would be ideal. We also need to be sure that that has to be an option, because my concern is that the cost of allowing anyone to opt out would create it would not make the model work. So the cost there of everything else would go up for everyone else. So if the solution through an RFP process doesn't work, I think there are creative solutions that we can have utilizing either TAN or the SFC, where we come up with some way of showing, oh, you backyard compost, you do this, you only generate that amount of trash. Here's a $10 grant or a $15 grant, or a way of supporting that person in not having to pay any more for their trash than they currently do. It's an option. It's not something we have to do. It's something we can do creatively, because I think that's the lessons we need to be teaching everyone. But that's my opinion, right? That's not, the SFC hasn't voted on a solution for this yet. I just believe there can be.
Okay, I have another question. Sorry, I have a lot of questions on this
one of the things that I did submit in the packet as well was a process timeline, or do we say process in this country? I forget. Where before the meeting last year, we sent out notices to all the haulers. When we sent out the RFI, when we contacted the haulers, who submitted when, what that all looks like. So I wanted that to be on public record, because there were some questions floating around on Facebook about some of that. I think it's really important to see that a clear process was followed.
You know, I'm just going to say, in the interest of time, because we do have 4 public hearings tonight, and we're not actually making any decisions on this tonight, because it will come back to us. We'll put it on the agenda to make the formal recommendation as to whether or not we want to move this forward. Just for the public here, the reason we put this on here for a specific public comment period is we have had several presentations on this in a workshop, and we haven't really had it on a regular meeting agenda for the public to really look at this material and hear it and comment on it. So we thought it was important to go through that public input process before we decide if we want to spend the time moving it forward. So I might, if that's okay with everyone, knowing we'll get another crack at this after we listen for a little bit, well, you can move on to the public input portion tonight, and we'll come back to it. So with that, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. We do have three other public hearings, so I'm going to limit the comment to 3 minutes per person. If you'd like to speak on the single hauler proposal that you've heard, and thank you, Toby, for being here and presenting this yet again to us. We appreciate it. Please, do you have a sign-up sheet for this? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Just remember name and address for the
Toby,
record.
Dan Mage.
Hello, Dan Mage, 219 Park Street. I'm a member of the Sustainable Futures Commission. This pay-as-you-throw rate structure is something that's been kind of a holy grail for the Sustainable Futures Commission, working on for quite some time. And I say holy grail because for two reasons. One, as Toby mentioned, it's the one tool that we have that truly can jump the diversion rate. And also because I say holy grail because I never really truly believed that we could get there. I never really thought that we could get a competitive bid, being a small town in the corner of the county. So I was super thrilled to see the one bid that we got. I will say I am a Orange Bag subscriber myself. I try to live a zero waste lifestyle. I'm an avid backyard composter. Happen to work at a recycling facility, so recycling's pretty easy. Nonetheless, I would still subscribe to this. I would drop my Orange Bag. Well, we would lose the Orange Bag subscription. The value of this to me is the curbside convenience. Right now, anytime that I have a bulky trash, I put it in a little pile and it waits until spring cleanup. Same for any organic material that I don't want to put in my backyard compost. I have to figure out something else for that. So the orange bags do cost $6.70. So comparing the increase in service that you get for $16.50, I think that's still a great deal for me. I'll take it. So I am hopeful we can move forward, and I'm hopeful that we can, in some way, maintain the one bid that we have one way or another. Thanks.
Kate Bailey. And followed by Marianne Orsler.
Good evening, trustees, mayor. Thanks for hearing from me. My name's Kate Bailey. I work with EcoCycle. You know us as your Boulder County recycler. So of course we're going to stand here and say, this is awesome. This is what makes recycling convenient and easy for residents. And that's absolutely what we need to do to move this forward. As Toby mentioned, this is single-handedly the biggest step forward you can take to make recycling and composting convenient for all residents. You are absolutely on the cutting edge. I think you're the 7th or 8th city you would be in Colorado to have this type of program for all residents, which is huge, especially for a smaller town. So way to go, leading the charge. Toby focused a lot on waste diversion, but I also want to focus on recycling and composting are one of the fastest, easiest climate solutions. So it's a great way to reduce our carbon footprint. So think about it in terms of your sustainability and your climate goals as well. I want to share that EcoCycle also works throughout the Front Range. We work in Nebraska, we work in Utah. We've worked with cities on this process, right? We've grappled with these decisions before you. So I want to reflect that 70% of cities and towns in the US have a similar type of program where they're either under a contract or the city itself provides services. So Longmont and Loveland are examples of where the city provides services. Most of the rest of the country is under a contract because it is single-handedly the most effective way to provide services to residents. So we're actively working with other Front Range communities who are looking at this same thing. There's 10 communities right now in Colorado. That's not a lot, but nationwide, this is a much bigger part of the solution. So the reason I want to bring that up is because there are always challenges, right? There are the orange bag users. There's the the issue of, you have to choose one hauler. I urge you to think about what's better for the community as a whole. How do we make recycling and composting the most convenient? How to provide residents with the services they need. You heard from the survey, you've seen from the schools program, you see from a lot of local businesses, sustainability is important to your community. So your staff has done a great job, you're right where you need to be in the process. There will be some hiccups. You'll hear from some passionate people. People get surprisingly passionate about trash. That's probably the best advice that I can give you. But just so you know, that's where this is how it rolls, right? This is exactly, you're in the right step in the process. There are some hiccups, but you're absolutely moving in the right direction. And we are here to support you if you need anything to keep going. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Mary Ann? Oh, sure. We'll ask for others too.
Hi again. Mary Ann Ausler, 107 Bond Court. So first I just want to say thank you to all the SFC members. And to Toby for all the work they've done on trying to reduce waste in Lyons. I was an SFC secretary for a few years. But I can't support this program. I'm one of those people that compost everything. I have a compost pile in my backyard. I use that compost in my gardens. I recycle everything I possibly can. And we have a purple bag from One Way. And we throw that bag because we're just two people. Sometimes we're away, we don't need to throw a bag, but literally, sometimes we don't even throw a bag a month. That's how much we've reduced our waste. So I would just say to you, we are we may be outliers, but we exemplify the behavior that any acceptable waste reduction plan must encourage. And I feel like we are being punished because, the plan isn't supporting a bag. When I went to the initial workshop, the bag wasn't there. I didn't see the bag in the newest proposal. And so I'm really concerned about that because I feel like if we are doing our part, why are we being punished? Why are we being forced to pay for people who aren't doing their part? Just because there's more people who aren't doing their part, we have to pay? I think somehow there must be a model that we can come up with. And I saw on the list of towns there that there are towns that do offer 4 options. They offer a bag, they offer the 32, 64, 96 gallon. So I would encourage you to look at supporting a bag and not leaving us out. You want everybody to be like us. Eventually, maybe our trash problem is so big and our recycling problem is so big, maybe it would be best if we didn't even need a hauler, right? Wouldn't it be great if we got to the point where nobody had any waste? That's ultimately where we want to be. Maybe we want to put the haulers out of business. And then I want to say that one of the things that was left off of the slideshow, and I'm not sure, maybe this SFC has looked at it, is that on the payasyoutthrow.org website, they have variable rate, this is from them, variable rate carts, they say, which are the bins, often do not achieve communities' waste and reduction and diversion goals. This happens because often residents opt to keep their existing cart size and disposal patterns rather than change their habits to reduce waste. And secondly, the units of measurement across various cart sizes are too large to measure any significant change. And the payasyoutthrow.org website recommends bags for everyone, not because then you can you buy the bags and you just throw out as many bags as you need to throw with your trash. So I didn't see that addressed. There is a chart that shows that the
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. I'm sorry, your time is up. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dan?
Hi, I'm Dan Wrights, 130 Falcon Lane, Stone Canyon. I'm here in twofold. I'm here as a resident and also the president of the HOA board. Stone Canyon has a fairly good arrangement right now on our waste diversion. Granted, it's kind of excessive. When I moved into the house, we had 2 96-gallon cans plus a recycling can. That was standard. We've since gotten rid of one of those cans because we don't need it. But I know there's going to be some resistance to any type of single-payer pay-as-you-throw type plan from our community. I've already gotten it from several of the members of our area. But I just want to raise the question is, there's 73 households in Stone Canyon, and you know, we heard HOAs might be able to opt out. That could affect this plan significantly. But there will be significant resistance in an HOA community, especially ours, which we do have a really good rate from waste management. So I just want to put that forth to the board.
Thank you.
Rolf Hertenstein.
Good evening. My name is Ralph Hertenstein, 1002 Fifth Avenue. Mary Ann already said a lot of what I wanted to say. My wife has been doing recycling, composting since well before it was fashionable. We're purple baggers. We're lucky to get a bag out on the alley once every 2 months or so. So we're at maybe $3 a month for our trash. I also feel that any kind of single payer system that we would have to be paying a monthly fee would be a punishment. The same term that Mary Ann used. I'm very much against any plan that would require us to do any kind of monthly fee, monthly kind of service. We travel a lot. It would be terribly inconvenient. It's very convenient just to put the bag out there. So at this point, I don't see a lot in the plan that appeals to me personally, to our situation. I would also like to, I wonder where some of the numbers come from that we saw in the presentation. 64% of the waste, I think, or waste goes to trash versus recycling versus compost. Kind of curious where those numbers come from. Is somebody counting our trash?
I'm sorry, we can't reply right now. You'll have to, but
okay.
thank you for giving us the question.
So I'd like to see some facts behind some of this, 20% reduction and so forth. Where do these numbers come from? Thanks.
David?
Good evening. Dave Hachimonji, 200 Welch Court. I'm also a member of the SFC, and I am an orange bagger. Dear mayors and trustees, I come before you in support of this pay-as-you-throw single hauler option. After studying this, it has become apparent to me that this is the best way that the town of Lyons can meet the commitments made in the Lyons Sustainability Action Plan to reduce the amount of recoverable and recyclable materials that are sent to the landfill. What is compelling too with pay-as-you-throw single hauler is that it capitalizes on economies of scale so that for the vast majority of town residents, this will be the least costly means for them to receive comprehensive curbside trash, recycling, and composting services while incentivizing them to think before they throw. Pay-as-you-throw is no more big government overreach than a city or town that provides water, wastewater disposal, or public schooling. These latter things are services that for all practicality, an individual with sufficient means and time can source on their own. However, going beyond statutes and proper governance, local governments have chosen to provide these services recoverable through fees and taxes because it is more cost effective for their constituents to do so. Could everyone do the right things and separate their trash from their recyclables? And can they compost on their own? In a perfect world, the answer is yes. But as we know, and data tells us, Lyons isn't close to being perfect when it comes to meeting our solid waste responsibilities. While consumer education and the existence of recycling drop-off centers are important, leadership from our decision makers to walk our talk is crucial. As reflected in the EcoCycle survey, we as a community are overwhelmingly in favor of a single hauler curbside trash recycling and composting model when it can be done for less than they'd pay to source these services themselves. If a town was to move in the direction of pay-as-you-throw single hauler, There will be details to work out so that it would be fair and would not harm those who can least afford it. Such a discussion will only happen, however, during an actual pay-as-you-throw single hauler selection and planning process. If instead we continue to do as we've always done, our answer to the children and their children on why we didn't do more to address the mess of the planet that we'd be passing on to them will be shameful and unsatisfactory. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on this important but contentious issue. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Amy Reinholds, 141 Kelling Drive. And I was really glad to see that Toby's model had the little socks, the bag in there. I'm in a household of 2, and I think we have had the orange bags. I don't care what color the bags are, what hauler it would be. But as long as we have the bag options, we've been doing that since, I believe, 1995 when we lived in the county. So, and we did not pick that as 25-year-olds because we're like, oh, we're going to save the environment. We picked it because it was the lowest cost option. So I think that there are still going to be a lot of young people, a lot of people who are not going to have a lot of money to spend. I have money to spend now, but, and so whatever plan you pick, I would encourage the bag option to be in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others?
Okay. Anyone else who would like to speak on this topic that wasn't on the list? Come on up.
Hello, I'm Coco Gordon, and I am very pro doing all we can to create earth from the greens that we don't like, put them in any container, and water and time and sun, and you've got beautiful earth again, and that will help a lot of the diversion you're talking about. There's a lot of problems today with recycling not going to China anymore, which is a huge percentage of all U.S. recycling was going there. And everyone is looking at that now. We can't continue just to recycle and think that's going to take care of everything. So in as many ways as possible, we can be a model and teach those models, many different kinds, from permaculture to others, that you set up systems for yourself in your smallest place. I only have less than 1/8 of an acre, and I've got like 28 gardens and doing all this incredible sinking of carbon, and doing a little bit more, for everyone, I think, as that. It doesn't have to be the one way. It can be many ways, and I'd love to see some kind of a system where everyone is included, whichever way they do it. Whichever way they sink their carbon, whichever way they do the diversion, because diversion rate doesn't have to be heading in one place. It could be across the board. So this very interesting model that Marianne had, I want to continue just to say that the bags are almost 100% more effective than any other method. If you think of it, there's a lot less of the trucks having to travel and pick it up because they don't have to empty it. They don't have, they just fill up, they dump, and no receptacles have to go back. They save a lot of time, and they save a lot of space. And I really feel like, even though I use a bag maybe twice a year, that's all I need. The only time I needed 4 times a year was when I had to move everything out of my house and back in again when I did my remodel. But, and they were yellow bags, and I still have them left over. They will become maybe purple or orange, I hope. So thank you, Toby, because you sounded like you were very positive in including us as the model that we deserve to be. I would love to see that happen.
Thank you. We have one gentleman getting up, and then come on up.
Well, my name is Mick Mahoney, and I started picking up trash here 26 years ago, and I did it myself for about 10 years. And I'm the owner of a one-way trash.
Thank you.
And my boss, the manager, which is a tough female, she said she wanted me to come to this meeting. And I've enjoyed every bit of it, really, because I would like to cooperate with everybody. I find that if my customers are happy, if I find my customers are happy, I have a better company. So I'd offer my participation, and I'd offer my participation anywhere. And I'll tell my manager that we'll get back to the bags. The problem with the bags is...
I'm sorry, can you just address the board, please? We can't hear you when you turn around.
The problem with the bags are that if you don't go down that alley every day and look for a bag, and sometimes we're not looking for bags, but I'll put bags back in Lions, I promise you tonight. And please let me get together with everybody here.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak on this topic? That wasn't, yeah, come on up.
Hi, Dan Greenberg, 827 3rd Avenue. First, I'm pretty sure Toby addressed the idea of the bags and trying to have that part of the solution, that people who have really reduced how much they put out in a single bag in such a long period of time, that we try to find some accommodation for those folks. But I think using the term being punished is wrong. I live on a fairly flat street, not super flat, but I have a four-wheel drive car. You don't need to plow my road. And I think you're punishing me by paying to plow all the roads in town. I don't need my road plowed. So you're punishing me by making me pay for other people to have their roads plowed. I think that's a similar argument. Also, people who use the recycling center are basically having their recycling subsidized by all of us. I pay for them to recycle for free. So instead, we should spread that cost out, and actually people should realize the real cost of what it takes to recycle. Then the issue with China was mentioned. I think that's a good point. You should read the March 16th article in the New York Times about that. One of the main issues was the fact that the recycling is contaminated, which is actually a big problem for these public recycling centers where anyone can go, and it's a pretty big free-for-all. And there's no guarantee that the recycling is actually done correctly. When there's a company collecting our recycling, they are financially driven to make sure that people are recycling correctly, so that they're not hiding rubbish in the recycling bin or recycling inefficiently and costing them money. So part of that issue could be mitigated by having a single hauler, as opposed to the big publicly subsidized areas where there's just no regulation whatsoever, except when it's too late, but not on the front end. I'm a one-way customer. I'm a long-time one-way customer. I love one-way. I love the customer service. And losing choice is a big deal, but it needs to be taken seriously, but this should not be an ideologically driven decision that you make. You have an opportunity to reduce people's rates, and you are constantly faced with the prospect of raising rates on utilities. Due to no fault of your own, it has to be done. Here's an opportunity to reduce our rates. Please do that. So if you think about public resistance, count me as someone who will publicly resist you not reducing my rate when you have an opportunity to do so. Don't exempt the HOAs. Don't do it. It'll destroy this. And so what I'd say is, please take a close look at this. You're not obligated just if you go out to RFP. This could be a really great way to really support reducing and diverting from the landfill And my only question is, I'm supposed to take a sock and put it out on the driveway every month? What with the sock? I'm not.
I think your time is up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else on the issue of single holer? Okay, thank you all. We really do appreciate you being here to give us input on this. This is one of those issues where there is a lot of interest, and we want to make sure we hear everyone. And we'll be bringing this back to the board for a board decision in the near future. All right. I think do we want to take a break, or do you want to? Okay, is there a motion to take a 5-minute recess, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
Sorry.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. Thank you. We're going to take a short recess.
I'm fine. How are you?
Are you going to present tonight?
I'm presenting what we discussed, but it's still probably going to have to go to legal for review. The wording, since it does have an application process, right?
Yeah.
And they have not had a chance to review it yet. They had a final discussion on basically a week ago I'm not. I've basically just given it to them in their packets, the cover sheet, and so they had an opportunity to look at it. I have put in my cover memo that staff is willing to work based on the principles that we talked about. Natural lawn care and Laverne and Sandstone Parks, and then the pilot and test areas we discussed, the riparian area, Stanway property, and then I talked about the fact that continue to work with the College Board and the SOS. We well committed, but the goal was to try to come up with a plan for this year, and then the staff is working with several organic lawn care companies to better understand some of what the costs would be moving forward and for this year. And that we'll only use certified contracted applicators for any applications that are done this year, and like some of the hard-to-hit areas we talked about.
That's kind of our main thing, is that we really need the areas that could give it to stay, because like if she's out there working.
No, the areas we talked about, we won't do any. Yeah, no, it's other areas like downtown, like the rock areas that we know we're going to have an expectation.
You're right.
And that we don't have the resources to replant, so that we can do some of the practices that
we'll have to get grants.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, for sure. But I just want to say the momentum is here now, and so I'd hate to stall it. But if we don't have the insurance, we can't do it.
No, what I presented in there was that yes, staff is willing to work with you on this test and pilot areas.
This year, no matter what the legal team says.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I look forward to working with you. I wanted to say I've been doing more recruiting for Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we have another camping event for a local.
We do need to get permission from the homeowners association, because all of that is the homeowners association.
Is Morgan working with that?
I think Morgan is working with
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm planning on being there and seeing all the volunteers, so that they'll be really motivated. But it's great. There's over 20 signed up from the WRB webpage, so it'll be a really good course from 9 to 5.
Yeah, that's great.
That's a good chunk of labor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that'd be great.
That's awesome.
I do need to mention that we will need to probably do things like formal proposals, and there will be like any work on some property carries with it a liability.
Absolutely.
Just like
WRB, they have a whole process. I don't know that process, but I do need. I just need your permission.
We have a process.
I want you to tell me.
But yeah, all of that. And, I will be relaying to the board that, I've been here 16 years. Several groups several individual sessions yourself. What happens when in 2 or 3 years you decide that you don't have this energy?
That's where you have it wrong. That's what you have it wrong. I am not going to be out there meeting, trust me.
Did anyone ever ask you that
This
question?
is the thing. You're not hiring us to weed for free forever like the weed posse. The weed posse. But the weed posse's already been doing it. All you have to
The weed posse
do.
is for women
All you have to
who
do.
have told me specifically that they are using this and don't have a time to walk forever.
Listen.
So that's what I need. I'm just telling you, however you're going to propose, that's where I'm going to
But
propose.
there's only 2 things you have to do. Do all the other things you're doing. We still need you to mow. We still need you to aerate. We still need you to weed whack. We're going to tell you when. We want you to do it better.
Typically, we don't allow the citizens to know. The citizens to dictate the practices.
Okay.
So a proposal is what we need. And like I said, we've already guaranteed that I will work with you on this per the ecology board situation, and that's what I've stated to the board. But what we need is to take the next steps on what it is you're proposing before we can fully
This is
accept.
what I'm proposing. You ready? Are you ready?
But I'll need what are you proposing?
I'm proposing.
I know what you're proposing.
Better
Don't
seed. No, better seed.
Yeah, no,
And better fertilizer.
I'm not talking
Period.
about the natural lawn. That was already instituted even before the flood. What you haven't thought throughout this, what you haven't talked throughout this whole process, you haven't even had a chance to get back up on the post-flood.
I agree.
We're working with
I've said that.
multiple contractors who we do not dictate their business as far as their practices are concerned per these contracts. These are typical practices still for most people. Right. Go online and get this. This is not funded by all the Colorado, who is the left-hand century.
You're gonna spray pesticides. You're gonna spray pesticides on Main Street, and you're gonna have tourists walking by. Have you seen the soil that's compacted and the irrigation
What you can't deny that these are still common practices by several groups, including
they have great names. I don't know what that means.
They outline practices of specific So what I'm saying is,
You're not doing any of those. You're spraying
we have one of ours. No, yes, you're not listening to that. Is not our first one. What I'm telling you is it's a tool in the toolbox.
Okay.
And that is the standard practice that is used by not only the town of Oregon, but several other entities in Boulder County, Orange County Parks, and so I think you are I'm not. You are very passionate. You're one far end of the spectrum. If there are people on the other part of the spectrum, I'm somewhere in the middle. And I am committed. That's all I'm saying.
I want to see them too.
Board of Trustees liaison, which would actually be inappropriate in that situation.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Then I'll call vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Anything else on 2830? Okay. 2840. Just a point of discussion on this. I recommended this change because I can tell you it's really hard to track this when it doesn't align with when they were actually appointed. So this is actually just to facilitate tracking when people started and came off, because it ends up, this just isn't actually how we have been doing it, or this will make it easier. All right, I'm not hearing anything. The one, I'm going to say it first and then I'll figure out how to put that into a motion. The one thing I think we should consider is down in section D, in this section where it says, no chairperson shall be elected who has not completed at least 1 year as a member of the Board of Commission. We have run into situations where we had no members who had a year of service. And so I think we need an exemption here that would give us the option to, unless no member is
unless
eligible.
no member has served 1 year.
Has served. So I'll make that a motion to amend to create an exemption in that situation for this requirement. And I'll let the attorney help with that wording.
So I would say that no chairperson shall be elected who has not completed at least 1 year as a member of the board or commission, unless no member of that board or commission has served 1 year.
Okay, I'm perfectly fine with that.
And your intent is to still let that board decide that if no one's met that year, or do you want you or this board to decide that?
And it's still up to them.
Okay,
it's just that they can move forward with electing a chair,
Okay.
even if no one has served a year. I think we need a second.
I'll second that too.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on that change? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one thought would be, you still might have a situation in which there is a member who has a year, but that person really doesn't want to be chair, and and so I would suggest something like that the mayor may waive this requirement.
I appreciate that point, because I think maybe the other option is just take this out and leave it to the group to decide who wants to be the chair. I mean, or we could leave it in as a preferably, when possible, the chair is a member of the board who has at least served for 1 year. So the concept could remain, but it's not a requirement. I don't know if that helps. Know how you all feel about that option. I can withdraw my motion if that's a better option. Trustee Wah?
I actually like that in there. And I also think you can't force someone to take on that chair position. So if there's only one person that's had a year and they decline, I think that language still holds.
Well, I think it only allowed the exemption if no one has been on the board for a year. So
yeah.
I
mean, theoretically, the person 1 year could resign. I think logistically, it's probably easiest to remove it if there's these unexplained issues with people with different years, or the other option would be exceptions may be considered, by the mayor with the consent of the board, or you create an exception in the case where no member with more than 1 year of service wishes to serve as the chair. But it's just so hard to create different scenarios.
My preference would be to avoid having to have these things come back to us. I mean, usually these groups can work this stuff out. So I'm perfectly fine. I just know this has come up, so I didn't want to leave this in here without some wiggle room
Yep.
of some sort. And I'm open to whatever the best.
Another option I just thought of is have a vote of the board or commission to waive the rule.
Unless the board or commission waives this requirement.
Yep.
I like that. That works for me. So I'll withdraw my original amendment, if that's okay with the seconder.
That's okay, but. So we're going to grant a board or commission the ability to override what we're putting in as an ordinance?
For this one thing.
For this one requirement.
I don't know if I actually like that personally, but if everyone wants to go for it, that's fine, but.
Trustee Rowe?
I agree with Trustee Caravas. I think I'd rather take it out. I feel like we're making it a little too complicated. And no, I don't know that we need that. I think if we just take it out, it's understood that.
Take it out altogether.
Yeah. Take out the 1 year requirement altogether and make it simple.
Would you like to make a motion?
Oh, yeah, I guess I have to do that, don't I? Is your amendment, we don't have an amendment on the table?
We withdrew them, yeah.
Okay, so I would suggest an amendment to strike annually. So strike the language, oh no, I'm in the wrong place. Are we in D?
D.
Okay. Strike the language, no chairperson shall be elected who has not completed at least 1 year as a member of the board or commission.
Is there a second?
I can second that too.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. 2850. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Browning.
In Part C of 2840, this would increase the term limits from 6 to 8 years for board members. I'm personally a fan of term limits, and I think 8 years on a town board is a long time. I understand the rationale of using accumulated experience and knowledge, but that's balanced, I think, by the benefits of getting new blood on commissions from time to time. I think a better thing might be to keep it at 6, but allow it to be extended to 8 if no one has applied for a position at the end of an existing member's 6-year term. And I would make that suggestion in the form of a motion. Basically, if no one's applied and someone's been there 6 years, they can stay on another 2 years. If someone has applied that's qualified, I think it would be better to replace them.
Trustee Wah. First, I guess there needs to be a second, and then we can discuss.
Yeah, I'll second that. I actually had the same thought. I felt like 8 years was a long time, but I like the caveat that if no one else applies, then it can be extended to 8 years. And the 6 years goes along with Board of Trustees terms currently, so I thought that was kind of good to be consistent with that.
One thing I would say, though, is that even though some people may apply, you may not choose to appoint them. They may not be a good fit. They may not balance the board. If you're striving for different neighborhoods to be represented, just because someone applies doesn't mean that you always want to appoint them at that given time. I think if you look at our boards and commissions, historically, it's actually been a challenge to find people. We have had many boards where people have not had to, but they have been willing to serve for much longer than that. Even 8 years is a lot shorter than what we have currently in terms of participation. So I think our problem is actually the opposite. We have a lot of boards and commissions with people who have way extended their 6 years, and right now they have to reapply every year to stay on, which is fine because I do think they should have a reapplication process. So I agree with that. And so I think this is just a kind of let people serve longer, because there are a lot of people who are willing to stay on these boards longer, and they are helpful for the history they bring, because the board does change over frequently. and they bring a lot of continuity to these commissions. So, did you have a comment, Victoria?
No, there's also another clause that says that a person will stay on the board until a replacement is found.
Right.
So that's another action there, that if there's not an applicant.
And just one comment, I actually think the Board of Trustees should have the ability to serve for 8 years. So that's something I would actually like to see the board change and go in that direction, because if you look at most other communities allow for up to 8 years of service with 2 4-year terms. So I would actually support going the other direction to make that match. Trustee Browning?
Yeah, so this is also what I would call a soft term limit too, because after 8 or 6, whichever you did, years, it says the member may reapply. So if the mayor at the time had someone that they didn't think fit or wasn't really qualified and an existing member that reapplied, they're perfectly free to reappoint the existing person. But I think it at least knowing that they have to go through that process would kind of highlight that, is it time to change? Is it time to do something new? Because when I was on the PCDC, we were short a couple of members from time to time, or one member for a while and 2 members for a while. And so we were all, anybody that might work, tell them to contact the mayor. It actually had a couple of people in town tell me, I would think about doing that, but some of those people have been on there a long time, and they were actually kind of intimidated by the thought of joining as a new person a commission that people had been on there for many, many years. And so I think there's kind of almost a disincentive sometimes for new people to volunteer when people have stayed around too long. So, but I don't think this would stop someone who was experienced and was doing a good job and wanted to keep serving. If they were the best qualified candidate, the mayor could still reappoint them. It would just make them go through the formality of reapplying.
Any other comments? I guess I would just say term limits are only as good as they are enforced. And I probably am one of the few mayors that have actually tried to enforce the term limits on our boards and commissions, and it makes you somewhat unpopular. Trust me. And I have not even been as successful as, for some of those efforts, trying to get new people to get on the boards and to say to people, we appreciate your willingness and your service. However, so I do think we have to be, we need to realize if we're going to have this, then I hope that future mayors would actually do their part to enforce it, because it's hard to do, to get people to reapply, and it's a lot of tracking and things like that. So I actually feel like I'm fine if the board prefers 6. I'm not going to, it's just, I think when you look at the makeup of a lot of our commissions, we have a lot of people who, literally tomorrow, if we were to enforce this, we would be recruiting a lot of new board members. So, but we haven't also, always made them reapply, because it's a lot of work, because it's just, at the beginning of these terms. So, but I'm happy to go with the will of the board on it.
Mayor Sullivan, is there a second on this?
I believe we did. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Any further discussion?
So,
Trustee Farrell,
clarification.
can you hit your?
So I just need to get clarification that the motion is to keep the 8 or move it to 6?
Go to 6.
Okay.
6, but if no one else applied, they can stay on for 8.
Actually, I do not, I can't vote for that wording, because it's about if they applied, and it almost implies that if they apply, they have to get appointed, and that I don't agree with. So I don't know how to word that. I mean, if we wanted to just keep the wording exactly as it is and let it stay, that they continue on every year, because it's really, you do need to leave the discretion about whether or not to appoint that person, because it's not always a good fit. So.
I think I'd use the words applied and was qualified, but I guess I could, since it is a discretionary appointment with the mayor, I could say applied and was deemed acceptable by the mayor, to give the mayor, because the mayor always has a discretion. If anybody applies, vacancy or not, if there's 3 vacant slots on the commission and somebody applies, if the mayor doesn't think that they're qualified or would be a poor fit for some reason, the mayor has a discretion not to nominate them. So I didn't mean to take away that discretion.
Trustee Browning, if that's your intention, can I ask you withdraw the motion that's on the floor and restate the motion?
Yeah, I would withdraw the prior motion and restate the motion that the term limits would be 6 years, but would, except for 8 years if no one has applied and is acceptable to the mayor for that position that would become vacant.
Is appointed okay instead of acceptable? Is the process, I believe, is the mayor to appoint the person?
Appointed works better. That's fine.
So I just want to clarify. So the motion is that it's a 6-year term unless no one. I guess my question is, why do we need that extra language? Could we not just change the 8 to a 6 and leave the wording as it is? It would be easier that way. Because it's somewhat implied that if there isn't, they can stay on for an additional year. But because the way I guess it also works is that any vacancy has to be advertised. And that's kind of what we've tried to do is when there's a vacancy, you advertise it. You get hopefully applicants for it and you turn people over. You occasionally don't get applicants. So that person could apply.
Right.
It's a little confusing, but
that person could apply, sure.
The way it's currently written. So I don't know if you need the 8. I think you could just change it back to 6 and leave it as it is I guess my suggestion for the motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw the second motion and remove it. We changed the 8 to 6.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay. So, any further discussion? Trust me, this stuff is hard to track, so I'm just trying to make it easy for us to keep track of. All right, I'll call for the vote. All right. Actually, okay. Passes 6-1. Okay.
Thank you.
Next section, I believe we are to 850 and to 860.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This gets a little bit into arithmetic, so bear with me. I think we've all had the experience of working with a commission where, depending on what's happening, you could end up with not 7, not 6, maybe 5 or 4. And so I would suggest adding language that says minimum for a quorum shall be 3 voting members in order to take actions pursuant to the ordinance, except that the number would be 5 for PCDC and what was it for Board of Adjustments?
3.
3.
But if it's 3 for Board of Adjustments, all their votes must be unanimous.
Can I just clarify? Are we in section
2860?
You're in this section. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Where it says a simple majority of the members is about five lines down.
I see. Okay. So can you read it one more time? What your proposed change is, please?
Yes. There must be a minimum for a quorum, or the minimum for a quorum shall be 3 voting members in order to take actions pursuant to the ordinance, except that PCDC, the minimum shall be 5. And I guess if it's 3 for, that's already covered.
So,
the reason, let me just mention that the reason for suggesting that is so that if a board of commission is for a temporary time period down to 4 or 5 members, I think we still want them to be able to take actions pursuant to the ordinance, and hopefully get back up to full.
So if the 7-member board, which most of them are, had 4 members present, they'd still have a quorum. So it'd only be 3 would be one less than a quorum. But
Yeah, it's just enabling more opportunities for more boards and commissions to move forward with actions when they're at not full strength.
Is there a second before we discuss?
Yeah, I'll second. And then I just want to clarify. So I was reading it as, a simple majority. So no matter how many members you have on the board, as long as you have a majority. Well, wait, that sentence doesn't make sense to me at all anymore. But is there somewhere prior, I guess, that says all the boards have to have 7? That's what I can't remember. So is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, each of the individual commission descriptions have that as a requirement, 7 members.
Okay, I totally get it then. Yeah. So, yes.
And it's just that so often we end up with not 7.
Mm-hmm.
How about a simple majority of active or appointed members?
with the exception of PCDC and.
Yeah.
So then if
Well-
there's only 5 appointed currently, you need a majority of those.
Right, but what if you have 4?
Then it's the majority of 4 if you have
2.
Well, but then you have, then you're really getting, like two people and it's just even number and all that stuff. I don't know.
If they're down to 2, they probably shouldn't be.
Right, that's why I like your amendment.
That's why I'm saying 3.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying the minimum is 3. And, as a quorum, where you could have 5 people who are currently active, which is not unusual, I think people would agree. It just gives, in the ordinance, it gives credibility and legitimacy to that board continuing to take action
Why would the PCDC be 5?
by statute.
Oh, the statute requires that? As a
Statute,
quorum?
by statute, the PCDC can be either 5 or 7 members.
But I mean, a quorum would actually be 4 of 7 members. So
Correct.
I don't know that we should make the quorum for PCDC 5. That is the piece I'm struggling with. I don't have any, the rest of these, besides BOA and PCDC, are generally not writing policy. They're making recommendations to us. And so I'm fine with them moving things forward with 3 active appointed members, or whatever the wording is. I would not support PCDC making the quorum requirement higher than what it would normally be.
I'm fine with it. I was just acting on.
Yeah,
on
I see
a
what you're saying.
Suggestion from council.
Is there a suggestion from the attorney for an alternative?
I think you could do a majority of those present, with the exception of PCDC and BOA, if you wanted to.
Majority of those present or appointed?
Appointed, and then present for.
So would we need language in those particular sections then to determine for them to know what a quorum would
I
be?
think maybe the easiest way to do it is to go into each individual
section
that's created and say quorum shall be X members. And so you could put 3 for everyone except for BOA and PCDC.
That would not be hard to do if there's a new section that says the total number of voting members is, and then right after that in a quorum.
You'd create new Cs for each one.
Right.
So
Would
do we
that be
take this
okay?
sentence? Yeah, it's fine. Do we take this sentence out here then?
That would be the new motion, I think.
Okay.
If we can withdraw the
I'll-
prior motion.
I will withdraw my prior motion and move for the striking the sentence that says a simple majority of the members of board or commissions shall constitute a quorum.
I will second that.
Is there any further discussion on that motion? I'll call for the vote. And it passes 7-0. I would like to offer an amendment on 2860A. And actually, I don't know if it goes in the section or if you want to create a new letter for it, but I would like to have language in here that basically says meetings of boards and commissions will be held in a public meeting space designated by the town staff. So meaning the town needs to have a list of acceptable meeting locations that can be used for boards and commissions meetings. We've had on occasion boards and commissions that wanted to meet in someone's house, which is not a place where the public are welcome. You can't do it in restaurants where there's an expectation they would support that business while they're meeting. So that's the intent there.
I will second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. And that passes 7-0.
I did.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I would like to offer another amendment into 860B that basically during the first quarter of each year, I think it would be easier if we just said in January, just so that it's not this long drawn out thing you have to keep track of, that just first year that they elect a chair, do a report, send it. And I don't think we've been great about managing this, but I think it would almost be easier if it were just the very first thing you do every year. So that would be my amendment. No, just submit it. The goal is that we would like to get to where we're doing an annual report, but that's kind of a post-flood goal.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that? All right, I'll call for the vote. And it passes 7-0. I'm going to give the board an option. Do we want to keep going or do we want to continue this? We have several sections.
We do have a guest here.
And we do have, I know, we have a bit of an agenda yet to go.
I'd like to move that we continue this at another date.
To the next meeting.
To the next meeting.
Okay.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll call for the votes. All right, and the motion carries to continue this to the April 1st meeting. Thank you. Good work. I think we're on the right track. It's just going to take longer than one meeting to do it. All right. The next item on the agenda is Ordinance 1055. The clerk, please introduce that item.
We have public hearing for Ordinance 1055, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Section 13-3-9 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purposes of creating a water rights dedication requirement.
Is there a staff presentation?
I think we've all seen it this time. There is one error in the presented document. There was an amendment made at the last meeting to create, how do I put this? Basically a floor for the number of water shares the town must hold at all times that passed. And so the document before you today has an amendment incorporated into it. Even if it's not reflected in the document that's in your packet.
Say that again. So
there was an amendment during the first reading of this ordinance. There was an amendment proposed in which passed, which created a floor for the number of water shares which a town must hold at any time, on first reading, and that.
Yeah. So
It's not reflected in this version.
Yeah, it's not reflected in this version.
The change was that the board could waive the requirement in the interest of the town and would not reduce available water shares to fewer than 20. And we voted to approve that, and we were going to bring it with this, but it didn't get into.
It didn't make it into the packet.
So is the board comfortable with Trustee Browning?
As I recall, there was a discussion about that being a goal, and the town staff was going to study how we could work toward that goal, but I didn't ever vote to create a floor.
I thought we did.
That would commit the town to expend.
Oh, really? Yeah. I thought we voted on that.
I don't think we did it.
My apologies. I thought we did vote on that. Because I thought we said we would bring that forward in the next version.
For consideration, maybe.
That's what I'm remembering.
I remember that really clearly. Maybe it was just a vote to direct
Bring it forward at the
staff,
second
but
reading.
definitely.
We may have to go back and check the minutes on that one, because I kind of remember, I thought for sure we voted on that and said, just bring it that way next time.
If we create a floor as a requirement, we're committing ourselves to spend a whole lot of money that we don't have. That's a lot different than looking into whether that should be, that's an achievable goal or not. I mean, we could mandate zero waste tomorrow, but I don't know how we'd get there.
Trustee Farrell and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree with Trustee Browning. I'm sorry, I almost said Mark. Because one of the things that I am taking issue with was how would we even get to that goal? And I was going to come up with a proposal of a plan. So I was under the impression it was a direction that we wanted to move towards, because I think we have to also then back it up with a financial plan to get to that goal. So.
Okay, so I'll let you go, and then I have a I have a path forward, hopefully.
Yeah, I would just be surprised if we voted on that since it was first reading. It's just we don't.
It was the emergency ordinance. We tried to pass it as an emergency the second time, but it failed. And then I thought we talked about, but we had an amendment that passed. So should we? But here's what we should do. I think we can vote on what we have in front of us, the way it's currently drafted. We don't have to bring that back into this. We just start with this draft that we have here. But since we don't all remember it the same way particularly, so I'm fine with that if we want to just consider this, because this does have the ability for the board to exempt. And that was really my concern, is that we needed to be able to do that if we wanted to. Trustee Farrell.
So I understand what you're saying, but then how do we move to the next stage of saying, well, what is our goal, and then what's our financial plan to get there?
That's a different forum.
That's a different forum, but do we then give a direction to staff to?
I think when we bring forward our plan for you is when we would do that with a workshop.
So we know that then there is a plan that's going to be taking place at some point.
We'd already talked about trying to prepare a plan to bring forward to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're all good at moving forward. So I will go ahead and open, and do you have anything else?
Nope.
Okay. I'll open the public comment on ordinance 1055. Third time's a charm, maybe. Come on up. Your name and address for the record.
Angelo, 4089 Highway. That amendment was proposed by the mayor as an emergency ordinance, and it failed. And she asked specifically whether that amendment failed because the motion failed, and of course it did. But that's not the point. Here's the point. This ordinance went through a UEB recommendation, a workshop, a first reading, a second reading, with a suggestion to defeat the second reading and pass it as an emergency ordinance, which supposedly passed, which it didn't, because it didn't meet the supermajority. Then it came back for an emergency ordinance again and failed again, and now it's passed its first reading and it's up for its second reading. So this has been quite a process. I did a little research. I love the Colorado Open Records Act. Do you know how many permits we've issued without watershed dedications since 2000? 11. 8 relative to the Longmont Agreement. 8 in 16 years. So it's not exactly what I would call an emergency, especially in light of the Longmont letter, which states that we have 12 unused service connections. Now, a service connection is what you would issue somebody if they wanted a tap. It's what was issued for the 6 Habitat for Humanity homes. Okay? So, we've got 12. We're supposed to get one from Lions property, hopefully. That's 13. We issued, per this letter dated November 29th, 2018, from the city of Longmont, we issued a 2-inch tap to Bone Park. That was the equivalent of 5 service connections. Now, if we abided by the plan that we paid for, the water study, and researched whether we could turn those 5 additional service connections into homes and use our irrigation water instead, which is much better for the grass, I think we'd have plenty of service connections to service every single existing unplatted lot per the Longmont agreement. Now, what's fascinating is that through this months-long process, nobody can say how many unplatted lots exist in Lyons, and yet you're expected to vote on this. That is not correct, and you are entitled to do whatever you want. But the point of the matter is just because you can do something does not mean that what you're doing is right.
Thank you. And I thank you. I stand corrected. The former mayor is correct. So I appreciate you correcting me on the prior motion. You're right. We've made spaghetti out of this one. We'll admit that. But we'll open it up for a motion and see where it goes tonight.
Close the public hearing.
Oh, sorry. We'll close the public hearing. Thank you. Is there a motion? Trustee Farrell.
I move to approve Ordinance 1055, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons amending Section 13-3-9 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purpose of creating a water rights dedication requirement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Trustee Wah?
I think you all already know how I feel about this one, but I will just briefly say I was happy to see in the administrator's report that discussions are moving forward with BBA about reviewing the water portfolio and speaking with City of Longmont. Another thing that I would like to see us look at is the IGA with the City of Longmont, which requires us to dedicate 115% of our current active water taps. And our usage in Lyons is low compared to other cities and towns, and below what we're dedicating to the City of Longmont. So I think that's another thing that we can explore. Will they give a little bit of leeway on that? I understand that it's different in times of drought, and there are all those calculations. But I mean, year after year after year, we're below 100%. So, but we're required to dedicate 115% to them. So, just another area we can explore. And again, I would just really like to see the town take this on and solve this problem, and I don't think this ordinance is the right way to go about it.
Any other comments? Trustee Farrell?
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say this. So I would like, just for the record, to be considered that when it does come forward, that we really think about in our budget for 2020, what do we need to do to get to what would be a potential goal? So one idea that I perhaps had, and I don't think we attach it to this, but that perhaps we will be able to find some funds to purchase a couple or a few, and then could we then make a plan that each year we are acquiring at least one, so that by a certain amount of time, 10, 15 years from now, we've accomplished our goal. So it's a long-term vision plan that I'd like to be considered in that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just trying to verify my understanding of what this ordinance is about. I thought there were two sort of reasons. One was that it appeared at a point in time that we had two or maybe one or maybe zero water shares remaining. That may not actually be the case as a result of some of the water study, but it raised the point that that's possible. And so helping to protect that from happening, and that could happen as a result of platted properties claiming that they had a water share when there was no documentation of such. And so even though we don't have an exact count of platted properties in the town that may be subject to this, nonetheless, it appears to me that that is a risk. And so I personally think it's that if that risk exists, and we don't know that it doesn't, that this ordinance is appropriate. If it's not, if there are none of those situations, then it's moot. But that doesn't necessarily get it all the way, at least in my mind, to the point of not needing the resolution, unless we were aware that the risk was zero, personally.
You know, I'm going to vote for this ordinance, and I agree with a lot of the comments. I think we need a better accounting of our shares. I think we need to know where we stand definitively. I'm not sure we can get to the platted thing, because there's always things that we don't particularly know what was done in the past. But I think, water is going to be a challenge for this. I think we're in better shape than most, quite honestly, because we have the partnership we do with Longmont. But I would agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I think it's more about looking forward and how do we keep the town from getting into a position to where we don't have sufficient water for the potential development that's out there, and this would help mitigate that. So to me, I see it as one of all of the things that have been talked about that need to be done at some point. And I know staff are working on trying to get a better accounting of our water shares, and it's challenging sometimes to get all of this documentation sorted out. But so I think we do need to move forward with this, because I think we do run a risk of not having the shares that we need. So, and I would agree that we need a plan for how we build up our reserve. Trustee Browning?
Yes, I don't want to repeat the statements made at prior meetings, but it's not just a risk of people claiming to have had water shares and they can't prove it. It's also the fact that under the existing code, any subdivided, platted lot in town, they don't even have to claim to have a water share. They don't have to put up one. If they're subdivided and platted and they come in and say, I want to build a 4,000 square foot house, issue me a water tap, we can't require a water share for them because no subdivision is involved and no PUD is involved and no annexation is involved. So it's not just a matter of people claiming water shares that may or may not have them. It's also how many lots are out there. We don't know the exact number, but I can look out my front window and see 3 of them. And that was more than the excess number of water shares we were told we had. So I think this is needed, and I intend to vote for it.
Trustee Bryan is correct. That's another one of the loopholes that exists in the code.
Any other comments? All right, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. And the motion carries 6-1. Thank you. All right, would the clerk please read the items on consent into the record, please?
Resolution 2019-25, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving Amendment 5 to the Professional Services Agreement for the Eastern Quarter Development Environmental Consulting Services with Smith Environmental and Engineering. Resolution 2019-26, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving Amendment 1 to the Professional Services Agreement with WeCycle Environmental Consulting. Resolution 2019-27, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a Habitat permanently affordable land covenant with Habitat for Humanity. Resolution 2019-28, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding the proposal of the Town of Lyons Parks Construction Management Flood Recovery and approving a professional service agreement with OTAC. Resolution 2019-30, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, intergovernmental agreement by and between the Town of Lyons and the St. Vrain Valley School District, RE1J, regarding fair contribution for public school sites for certain new residential development. The March 2019 accounts payable and the March 4th, 2019 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
All right, would anyone like to pull any items from consent? I would like to pull item number 5, please.
That was mine as well.
Okay. No,
Okay. Is anybody pulling Habitat?
not so far, unless you are.
No, I'm just abstaining from voting on the consent agenda.
Turn your mic on.
I'm going to abstain from voting on the consent agenda due to the conflict of interest with Habitat.
Okay. Any other items? Hearing,
Yes, 2 and 4.
pull 2 and 4. All right, is there a motion to approve the remaining items?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of 5, 2, and 4, and further that we take up item 5 immediately after the vote for consent.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Okay. I'll call for the vote. And it passes 6-0 with 1 abstention. Thank you. So apologies to Mr. Cope, who's patiently waiting for the first item in general business. We would like to hear this. We have someone here from the St. Vrain Valley School District. So I pulled this one. And we have been working on this. One of the concerns that I had the last time we looked at this was that I was really concerned about the potential added cost of this to affordable housing that was replacement housing to the flood. And the language didn't really allow us much flexibility to exempt properties in there. So this, it seems like this gives us more flexibility to ask for an exemption for affordable housing that's replacing housing we lost, because theoretically we would have paid in already for that housing. We're not really adding students to the school system by building this affordable housing. So I just wanted that to be a component of this. But I would like to consider and know if the district would consider a slight change to the language in section 8.2, adding to the possible uses of this funding. Right now, the possible uses are for acquisition, development, or expansion of public school sites or capital facilities planning, site acquisition, or school site capital outlay purposes within the senior high school feeder attendance boundaries that include residential boundaries. And I would like to know if they would consider improvements for safety, something around, safety-related improvements. So, for example, if we were to ask for matching funds for a Safe Routes to School grant, something along those lines, but it's not going to be directly on school property, but we haven't withdrawn funds from this that I know of since I've been on the board, and that's going on 8 years. You know, and we don't have a lot of other pressing needs that we're aware of, but I do think that that's one thing we would love to request, and we're not asking for a commitment for that purpose tonight. We're just wanting to leave the language flexible to allow for that possibility.
Good.
You're good.
Okay.
You could introduce yourself.
I'm
sorry.
Scott Tillian with St. Vrain Valley School District, and thanks for the interesting meeting. You know, I don't know that we could change 8.2 because it's a state statute. It comes out of the language that kind of authorizes school districts to partner with local governments. So it's state statute language. But I think the interpretation of it can be varied. So I don't think we're like necessarily penned down by doing something like that project. I don't think, though, that we can change that language because of its state statute nature.
Okay. I think I mean, I don't know how strictly it's interpreted, but
I think there's flexibility in that language.
My hope was that, okay,
Yeah.
if you think that there's some flexibility in there, I'm happy to leave it as it is. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment? Or did I just leave your mic on? That's okay. Trustee Browning, did you also have a comment on this one?
One comment and then just a couple of questions, since this is somewhat new to me. The comment is that let me find it because I had it here a minute ago. Oh, in section 7.3, it talks about town agrees before issuing a building permit for any residential dwelling unit not otherwise exempted under section 8 below. The exemptions are in section 9, not section 8, so it just that 8 needs to be changed to a 9 in section 7.3. Just refers to the wrong section. Maybe it got amended at some point and section 8 became section 9, but I think in the second line of section 7.3.
Yeah.
Okay. That 8 needs to be a 9.
Yeah. We can fix that.
Okay. And then I just had a couple of general questions. I saw the report for this last year, and there were no funds added to this this fund during the last year. Isn't it that unless exempted somehow, each new residential unit creates a contribution to this fund? And we didn't have a lot of new residential units last year, but we had a few. So why was it 0 last year?
The explanation on that would be that the money, this came up almost 2 years ago, and it never really got past the board, never really made a clear decision on whether we would or wouldn't. So those funds have always been taken out. There is a check ready to go to St. Vrain Valley if you guys pass this that will give them back what we have taken the last year and a half.
Yeah, the short answer is it's expired, so we didn't have an agreement.
We didn't have an agreement as of last year. When you say taken out, you mean we've collected.
Homes have been charged.
Okay.
So it's there. So but that's why it's not in the report, because they don't have it.
So we have an amount of funds that are sitting there. Once we get an agreement, they'll be.
I think it's about $7,000.
Okay. All right. I understand.
Yep. So just to that point, so does this authorize us that back? Does this go into effect retro?
I think you can do it that way.
We might need to add that to the motion.
Yeah. We've had a case like this with another town that they authorized through a letter.
Okay. Maybe just whoever makes the motion make that point that this is intended to be effective retrospective to the last expiration date.
Right. We can add a section in the ordering clauses that any funds already withheld by the town shall be released upon passage of the ordinance.
Perfect. Okay. Is there a motion? Trustee Browning?
I move that we approve resolution 2019-30 to approve the IGA with the St. Vrain Valley School District.
Do you want to add the
With
clause of the attorney's
changes
fee?
as discussed on the record.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Oh, calling for the vote before we, sorry. All right, I'll call for the vote. And it passes 7-0. Thank you so much for waiting for your turn tonight. I appreciate it.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, I'll get with Brandon and we'll get those changes.
Right, that sounds good. All right, thank you.
Great. All right, now we'll move on to general business item number 1, which is direction on the skate plaza. Staff report. Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. Dave Cosgrove, Director of Parks and Public Works. Here to give an update, synopsis of the public process that we had recently gone through regarding the Bone Park Phase 2 skate spot, as has been used throughout the process, I guess. It was a good process, much more involved than the previous process through the Parks Flood Recovery Planning process. Much more involvement from the local youth. Very positive process. Ultimately, we held the first meeting on February 7th to recap the initial concept, go over kind of how it was developed. We had involvement with the design consultant for Bone Park, DHM, and then also had the sub-consultant for the construction project, Team Payne, participate via GoToMeeting to explain and help facilitate the process. We took all of the comments from that first meeting, incorporated them into 3 concepts to present at the second meeting. I've presented those in the memo. Hopefully, apologize for not having them in a PowerPoint for you to see. But I think hopefully you can see them in the memo you were provided. Ultimately, the first 2 options stayed within the original size or footprint of the concept to allow to remain within the original budget and contract obligations that we have active with Walsh Construction for Bone Park Phase 2. Which, as Administrator Simonson has said, has been given clearance to move forward. We have met with Walsh Construction last week, and barring any issues with the contract, as she mentioned, which we're hopeful we can work through, we are hoping that they will be mobilizing in the next couple of weeks, and Team Payne would like to begin construction of the preferred alternate for this skate park, hopefully beginning as soon as April and complete it by the end of May. So again, the first 2 options stay within the original footprint and the contract obligations. The first option incorporates pretty much all of the feedback that we heard at the first meeting for the skate plaza or skatable street features. And I explained those in my memo. The second option incorporates the most frequently heard comment we heard throughout the process, which was, we want to see our half pipe back. That's pretty unique for a lot of the local skate parks from what we heard around here, and was obviously popular here in our pre-flood skate park before we had to remove it due to the library construction. That actually had to be removed a little bit early on because of ongoing maintenance issues. It was a wood structure, a wood and steel structure, and the subfloor of it had just rotted out completely. We'd repaired it several times, and there was just no keeping it alive. But it does diminish the skatable area and space, and overall just did not have really good flow for a skate park and was not a popular option.
The third option increases the overall size and footprint and does increase our contract obligations, or would increase our contract obligations with Team Payne. They basically have given us the cost for that. The cost for adding the half pipe itself would be $60,000. We have worked with Walsh Construction on what the additional site obligations would be for the area, since they are obligated to do the actual site work to prep for the skate park. And there would be some additional grading costs. One of the public members alluded to that. So we're working through some of the issues on what would be needed for grading in the area around the half pipe, and to make sure that there aren't any drop-offs greater than 30 inches per code. If we can achieve that, which we think we can, there may be a chance that the railing that I cited in this memo would be optional, although staff thinks they may recommend that just as an additional safety issue. You often see those railings, but there is a chance that it may not be needed. Ultimately, what Walsh has told us is that there would be an additional site work costs in the neighborhood of $29,250. During the planning process for the planning and bidding process for Bohm Park Phase 2, the board at that time wanted us to look into the possibility of working with the contractor on a possible change order to remove the outdoor classroom or seating area off of the custom shelter. We have done that, and it looks like there could potentially be a savings there, or a change there of about $41,000, $41,430 to be exact. If we were to utilize that money towards the addition of the half pipe, it would leave a gap of approximately $30,570 if we did utilize the railing. And so right now, in order to give some options on how we could move forward and get Team Payne an option, since the preferred option from both the public through this process, and it should also be noted at their regularly scheduled meeting on March 11th, 2019, the Parks and Rec Commission also was presented with this information and recommended option 3 or alternate 3 unanimously. If it were deemed appropriate, the gap for the half pipe could come out of the Conservation Trust Fund and then replenished via fundraising initiatives, if sought after. And then staff and consultants would propose that the costs related directly to the site development be applied to the existing allowable minor contract revisions and submitted as a zero net change order to the contract.
Okay, thank you. Comments from the board? Trustee Waugh?
I can never remember how the Conservation Trust Fund works. So why would we have to replenish the funds to that?
You wouldn't necessarily. Right now, the Conservation Trust Fund, which comes from Colorado lottery dollars, each community is given a certain amount of money based on the overall funds from the Colorado lottery that are allowable. They're based on population, I believe. And right now we have a balance of nearly $205,000.
Okay, thank you.
I would say that would be more due to some of the comments you heard tonight.
I need some mics to come off so I can.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
No,
Thank you.
Leave for, I think you heard it several times from the community. This was really something they wanted to do and were willing to contribute. And we were going to talk to some of the local businesses as well. So if you don't want to use Conservation Trust on this project and save it for other areas where we may have gaps, since we're not done with all of our parks yet, it's just an option to try to replenish those if you can.
Trustee Farrell?
I just want to let you all know that I've got you all CC'd in the emails now. And I feel like we are going to be making some progress with CMEX. They are very interested in talking to us. I would not personally want to hold up making a decision on this because I don't think I think, town moves slow in our processes. I think CMEX does too. So I personally think that we should take the funds from the Conservation Trust. And then if we can get sponsorship from CMEX, then, or another business in town perhaps, or some fundraising that could take place, then we could potentially replenish in order to make sure that we have funding that we might need to earmark for other things that could be coming up. So I wouldn't want to see asking businesses and that holding us up if we could start in April. And I think that if that could ruin our time frame, which I think is more critical.
Can I just ask a clarification? So they would be able to finish this in May, and it would be functional in May?
Well, it would still be an active construction site. We've talked about that initially with Walsh about how we might be able to work around it and make it available earlier. They haven't given us an answer yet because they'll still have to do the landscaping around it and all of that work as well. But Team Payne has told us that they need to get in and complete their portion because they have another very large project, I believe in Texas, that they have to get to. That's a multi-million-dollar project. So they're willing to work with us and they want to get this project done, but they will be on a stringent timeline to do it.
Okay. I just wanted to say I'm totally supportive of going with the option 3, spending the extra money now, do it right. We won't come back to it if we don't do it now. And I think we're not, it's not a large sum of money that we would be dedicating from Conservation Trust. I agree we might be able to, get that down potentially, but I'm willing to move forward with it. There's almost nothing in town for the older kids. I think this is a really important amenity for the parks, and I'm excited to see it. Trustee Browning?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Cosgrove's comments about the process here. Most of what probably 99% of what I know about skate parks I learned in sitting through the 2 meetings in February and reading kids' comments online and stuff. My biggest concern going into this was the lack of a process since the revisions had been done to the Bone Park Phase 2 plan that the skateboarding community of Lyons had an opportunity to participate in. And the turnout for those who weren't able to make those meetings was really amazing. It filled up this room the first time and almost again the second time on some very cold wintry nights. And there's been a lot of feedback. And I think not only would approving this send a message of we listen to some of the youth of this community and some adults in this community and what they really wanted in a park feature, it would also send a message generally that public participation processes and what goes into our parks are important. And when people organize a presentation and are active and positive, and I think there will be some fundraising efforts from the skateboarding community forthcoming that can make a difference. And so I think for this particular thing, it makes a great difference for the kids who enjoy that sport, but I think it also shows how the process should work. And I think we get a lot of benefits from, in that respect, from approving this. And I think the chances are pretty good of raising some of this money from business contributions as well. Trustee Farrell has been working on that, and I think information is being supplied, and I think the ultimate cost to the Conservation Trust Fund probably will not be the full amount reflected here. But if I think it's something we should proceed with, and it'll be a good result for all concerned.
Mayor Burton?
I do not like to see unnecessary expenses piled onto the town. Having said that, in this case, I think that the need for the population between the ages of, 9 and 20 something, maybe older, are acute, and I think this is an appropriate effort to expand the options that population has for entertainment, and I think for the benefit of the town. Kids having something to do as opposed to not having something to do is an important asset for the town. And secondly, as Trustee Browning was just saying, I think the value of the participation in the process is extraordinarily important. And I think the lesson learned by the participants is of extraordinary value, even if those students may or may not, be adults in Lions in the future. But wherever they go, they'll have I think, a better understanding and a better valuing of the process if you do it right and do it effectively.
Well said. Is there a motion? Come on.
So is this just direction, though?
Or direction, I'm sorry.
Okay, because I'm
trying to move us along.
I will make a motion.
You can, however you prefer.
So I would like to give direction to the town to please approve Plan 3 for the skate plaza, although I'd love to call it a skate park instead, now that it's over 7,000 square feet. And go ahead and use funds from the Conservation Trust to start this project. And we'll continue to work together to raise funds through business sponsorship or other means.
Everyone's good?
Second.
All right. Well, since we've got a motion and a second, we should vote.
Yeah.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, motion for staff. Based on the time lag of getting our studies done on phase 2, how long is it going to take us to get there, basically the rebid, the adjustment of prices?
No, they've already are working on them and said they'd have them by the end of the month or sooner.
And did they give you any indication?
They have made it a commitment to hold unit prices as best they can. What they're concerned about are the market fluctuations in things like steel, concrete, the things that.
So should it get significantly high, do you know where you get those funds from?
Yeah, we don't feel that they're going to, I think it's the other subs that they're concerned about, but they're going to confirm all of that and we'll know by the end of the month. Should anything be significantly out of whack, obviously we'll have to come back. We've already talked with council about potential concerns about contract and how it might affect the contract and procurement. And, from what I've gathered, we feel like those are reasonable changes, or would be reasonable.
Because my concerns always.
I certainly do.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll call for the vote. All right. It passes 7-0. Thank you. All right. Good job. Thanks, everybody. Next item on the agenda is, I want to see that. Sorry.
I'll be there with the camera.
All right. Next on the agenda is discussion and direction regarding the weed mitigation strategy. I'll turn it back over to staff.
Yes, this, again, Dave Cosgrove, Director of Parks and Public Works. We heard several members during audience business speak on this, and it's been an active process last year due to growing concerns over herbicide and pesticides, particularly the use of glyphosate. The Ecology Board, under the direction of the Board of Trustees, formed a subcommittee, Safe Overlay Sustainable. Wait, I think I have that wrong, right? What is it? SOS Weed Committee subgroup. And since then, we've been basically reviewing the town's integrated weed management policy. Since that point, after several meetings and much work from that group, they have gone through several iterations of that policy. What you have before you is the policy that was reviewed last year, the 2018 policy by the Ecology Board and the Parks and Rec Commission, as well as the Board of Trustees, and then what has been submitted this year for review. That has been reviewed by the Ecology Board, the Parks and Rec Commission, and also by staff. At the latest meeting of the Parks and Rec Commission, it was discussed. overall, what I think we were trying to do was gain a consensus on a plan for 2019. The season is upon us. We are going to have to start making some decisions on what is going to be done by town staff, what is going to be contracted, and what is going to be done in what areas. Overall, the plan, I think, has been agreeable. It still needs to be reviewed by legal, and that was advice that we got just recently, and we did not have time to get that completed by this meeting. It does have an application, as was discussed, that would need to be signed by the town administrator as a checks and balances for anything that would be used in a certain area. But for 2019, what had been agreed to and recommended by the Ecology Board and the Parks and Rec Commission was that basically there would be several test sites in town where no pesticides or herbicides would be used. One of them would be the Barron Way property. Another would be the riparian area in Laverne Johnson Park. Another would be the interior of Sandstone Park, and also the turf areas. I would like to note that pre-flood, it was the practice of the Parks Department to use natural lawn care practices, which basically means aerating at the right times of year, overseeding correctly with the right types of seeds, and then using correct watering and mowing practices to help with the proliferation of weeds. Staff has not really had an opportunity to fully get back on its feet post-flood. Several of the projects have been completed and are still in warranty periods by various contractors. The only park that we've fully taken operations and maintenance back over on is Laverne Johnson Park. And so it was discussed, and we think it's fair that we can work with the Ecology Board and the Weed Subcommittee on trying to implement some of these practices, especially no use of glyphosate, and in several areas, the ones discussed, no use of herbicides or pesticides. We still need to work with the Ecology Board and the SOS group on what this proposal means. Who is going to be doing this? What are they proposing as the work? Who will be performing the work, or who do they suggest performs the work? When this work will be performed? I think ultimately what we're getting to is management practices on behalf of the town. And that is fine. I mean, these are areas that pre-flood we did not use herbicides or pesticides. We did not spray those typically pre-flood in riparian areas. We limited their use in open space. We typically took advice from the county, who has a full staff dedicated to weed management, on what to use or what products to use, or if they should be used, or what other uses to eradicate noxious weeds, which are typically our biggest problems in those areas. So I guess long story short, for 2019, we talked about limiting or no use in these areas that are discussed. But then the real challenge is, how do we balance expectations and resources for the other areas in town, which are typically our hard surface or streetscape areas, like our downtown district, where we know there's a certain expectation for how things look. And unless we want to dedicate considerable additional resources for replanting those areas, so that weed proliferation takes on a whole new picture, I think this is going to be an ongoing discussion.
We saw glimpses of that a couple of years.
Yep.
So I just want to kind of back up a second, because this, if I read this correctly, it's pretty much exactly what we were presented at the workshop, correct? Or has it changed since then?
Some of the wording has changed as it's gone through another iteration with the Ecology Board. Okay.
And I guess we can see kind of what the direction is from the board. I'm trying to, I don't want to misremember, but I think we were going to see a version from the staff that you wanted us to adopt. And I'm not getting the sense you want us to adopt this exact thing, or are you asking us to adopt this?
Well, I think it needs to go through legal review, because I do think that there are some potential legal ramifications to some of the wording. And so I do think that needs to be done, and that was at the advice of council. So I do think that that needs to be done, but ultimately there is a lot of the language is similar to the original integrated weed management plan, except for the sections on herbicide and pesticide use and the application.
Okay, town attorney, and then we'll just see kind of what the board, how the board feels about it as is then.
As has been said, I've not had a chance to review this policy in any sort of detail, considering how we just received it, late last week. The primary concern is how there may be some conflicts with federal law concerning the disposal of hazardous materials and also of the fungicide, rodenticide act, FIFRA. And so we need some additional review to make sure that we're not putting the town unnecessarily in a liability situation.
Okay.
The other area of concern that I noted, and I think I'll have to work with council on, is how does this interact with town code and the language in town code, which has adopted the state's weed management plan and the county's noxious weed management plan. And so I think those are some areas to take a look at as well.
All right. Are there comments from the board? Trustee Browning?
I have a lot of questions about the specifics of this proposal and some concerns that this proposal is lacking some specifics. There's been nothing to address the budgetary. There's a general statement you think you can do this in 2019 within the budget, but I don't want to adopt a policy every year, and if it has implications for next year's budgets, the costs haven't really been addressed, particularized. I don't really know what using herbicide as a last resort means. Does that mean you have to wait 4 years, because that keeps being used in these documents? Does it mean you have to wait 4 years and see if anything else works? And then there's a bunch of weeds and you have to use a lot of herbicide to deal with a bigger weed problem? It says you can't use herbicides unless it's urgent. What does that mean? I mean, if you see a certain type of weed taking hold in a particular area of a park or even in a non-park area, is it urgent to treat it before it spreads? Or is it only urgent to treat after it is spread all over everywhere? I went through the draft and I've got a total of like 15 questions. I'm not thrilled with with setting a precedent of a town department having to submit a paper request to the town administrator to do something. I am in favor of taking steps to notify the public, which has expressed a lot of concerns and interest in this area of when herbicide's going to be sprayed. I'd like to see, as I mentioned earlier with something else on the agenda, I'd like to see advance notice sent out in e-blast and put it on the website. If we're going to inform the public, let's inform the public. And sending a paper application form to the advisory board, which wouldn't even have a chance to discuss it until its next meeting, which could be a month away. That doesn't inform the public adequately. Anyway, and I've got a whole list of other concerns. So if we're being requested to vote on this draft as it exists tonight, I'd have to vote no. If it is just direction, my direction is we need a lot more specifics on some things, and I would, as I indicated at the workshop, I'll be glad to provide a list to town staff and to the Ecology Advisory Board of the specifics that I think are missing, but I think we need to address those before we can adopt this.
Trustee Farrell.
I'd like to say I love the idea of everything being non-pesticide, and it's something I should incorporate in my own, yard. But I definitely had some questions. I was curious, why isn't Bone Park listed as one of the areas?
Because it's still under construction and it's still under its warranty and maintenance period with the landscaper that did the construction.
So then what time?
The first phase of construction.
Sure. Okay. So what is the timing on that warranty is over, that we would then be able to include that as an area?
Starting next spring.
Next spring. So we do know this spring, this year, pesticides in particular are going to be in that park.
There's a possibility.
Possibility. Okay.
Well, like lawn care, typical lawn care services like fertilization and broadleaf weed control.
So if this didn't get the direction immediately, would you still be notifying the public? Can you still notify the public on a high level standard?
Yep. And
so that in Bone Park people know, don't go to that grass
and
for a
we're
while.
taking active steps towards making sure that communication and education is better for 2019.
Okay. And then I understand you're hiring, I think something came up about a new contractor versus last year, that the idea was that the contractor kind of did their own thing and didn't necessarily kind of follow what was established as a protocol. Is this year's contractor, you're feeling more confident about?
We are working with the company that first took steps, from my understanding, with the city of Boulder to implement more organic lawn care. And so our intent in the turf areas for both Sandstone Park and Laverne Johnson Park, per our discussions through this process, will not use any non-organic fertilizers or herbicides or pesticides in the turf or lawn areas.
Okay. Thank you. Victoria, I was curious, the paper, as I understand it, I think a little bit differently than the way Trustee Browning was understanding it. The idea is that if it comes down to the last resort and they are going to need to spray a chemical, that gets listed on a piece of paper and comes to you for signature. Is that correct?
That's how I understand it as well.
So I'm just curious, on a realistic standpoint of your timing, how would that, my concern is that's kind of a throwing a wrench in the wheel and potentially slowing down the chances of us just staying on top of what we kind of need to do. So I want accountability, and I think that's the purpose of what that piece of paper, the request, is for, and I think that's important. But is there perhaps another way so that Parks isn't hindered also by being able to do their job at the same time?
So I have the same concern. I think the intent is right. I think the process is maybe flawed. I have a list as well, but I don't want to cut you off.
No, that was going to be my last.
I guess my suggestion would be is I would not use a form that requires a signature kind of on an operational basis, but I would incorporate an annual reporting summary of what had to be used where, and so that there's some need to track that internally, but maybe not through I don't think that the board nor the public should try to drive how staff go about getting things done. I think I'm for this policy. I guess I think it's the right direction to go. I think we need to try to wean ourselves off of these chemicals and get back to more natural things. But I think where I'm struggling with it is I need to see it in the traditional town format. I need to see it in terms of something you've digested and turned it into a policy you can actually follow, that we can all understand, that has definitions, what is an herbicide, so we're all clear on what we're actually doing. Because I'm not sure I understand what an herbicide is to the same degree that the folks who are telling us what they want are passionate about these things. We literally need to make sure we're all on the same page so that in the end, we get the outcomes we're expecting. Because I think we do have to be realistic that, this is going to be a progression over time. But I also feel like this is one issue where no one has come forward that says, you know what, really, this is a bad idea. We need to do this. And so I think we need to listen to that input and and get there gradually in a way that works. But, we don't have the luxury of also just saying, we don't care what it costs, just make it happen, because we need to understand the impacts on the budget. That's our primary role. So I do think we need to see that analysis of what can you do within this year's budget that's already done? What does that look like from the implementation standpoint? But I also think it's really important staff has the flexibility within this process to identify noxious weeds and treat them appropriately, and whatever that means, but understanding what the goals are that you're using, that you're limiting what you're doing to the things that we can be the least toxic, I guess, to the environment. But, I think it's got all the right parts. I'm not sure it's there yet. I want to see staff work with this and incorporate it. I think the work at this point, I think we got a clear message of what people are looking for. I want to hear from staff. What can you do? And on what timeline? And what is the impact to the budget? And come back with a process that meets the intentions, not necessarily, sticking with the exact words that are on the page. I think I'm saying a lot of what I think Trustee Browning was also saying. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we're not in a position, because of some of the legal concerns and so forth, to actually take action on this right now. But I definitely think that staff has heard, the board has heard, the proposals and the suggestions, and should take actions consistent with the spirit. And everybody's heard it. So we should, as the mayor said, listen and take actions in the spirit of what has been presented, even if it is not quite yet to the point of a written policy and procedure. But I do think that very clearly, as has been said, requires communication, and I think signage and tape, blocking off areas that may have been, even because there are even some organic applications still should not have people walking around in them and so forth. I know that my daughter's farm sometimes requires that there's a suit that the people wear to apply even organic applications on an organic farm, and so it's not all just chemicals, but so the people are informed as thoroughly as possible, and any areas that have applications, people know what it is and where it is, so it's very clear.
Are there, Trustee Waugh, go ahead.
I'll keep it brief, but I kind of ditto what Trustee Browning and Mayor Sullivan are saying. I think we need a little more beef in the proposal, financials, and specifics that we can really relate to and understand. And I really support the underlying premise of the policy, and am in full support of that. I just think we need some more information in there. I also really like the idea of starting with these pocket areas so that we can really see how it transpires. And then, Dave, I agree with you. The entrance into town and the right-of-ways along the businesses, I don't think it's appropriate to implement this policy in those areas at this point in time. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done. And I don't want to see it look like it did, I think it was 2 years ago, where it was just like, oh my God. And we recently put together a marketing video for town, and they were doing a flyby, and it was that point in time, and I said, you've got to cut that out, because all I can see are the weeds growing along the streets. So there's a balance there between those right-of-way when you're entering into town areas and supporting our local people in the parks, and kind of starting there with all of this. I was going to say something else, but I've lost it. But generally in support of this, and I'd like to continue to work on this with town and the board.
You feel like you have Sufficient feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. May the force be with you.
Yeah.
Right. All right, we have one more item on general business, and then we have a request from the attorney who's waiting on us for the executive session to actually do that before we come back to the consent items that were pulled. So I'll turn it over to staff, and then I'm going to ask for a motion to change the order of business.
Actually, we just want to update the board on, we want to update the board on our progress toward our new business license process that we implemented in 2019 now that we have enforcement, and we've beefed up that business license application.
Mayor Sullivan, can we activate
I'm sorry.
Administrator
Yep.
Simonson's?
To include more information regarding wastewater and grease traps, and making sure people have the local health licenses, and all of, it's a much beefier process. And so I just wanted to update folks that we started in December sending letters to all the businesses that there's a new process and form to fill out. As of now, getting toward the end of the first quarter here, we have about 150 businesses that have completed the application and have been issued a license. And then we have about 45 businesses yet to go through that process. And there are some that have some special circumstances. I believe there are 9 that we are going to need to address one-on-one with those businesses that are not in the current zone for that business. So that's going to need a little more extra attention. We have some that are just used to paying that business license fee but didn't fill out the paperwork. We have some that filled out the paperwork but haven't paid the fee. But in general, we still have 45 that haven't done anything. And many of those are on our main street. And so I originally was thinking that we could use some assistance from the board maybe on this, to just reiterate that we have a code. The code does have what the next steps are, but in some cases that will not come across very business friendly. But at the same time, we do need that information from the restaurants and breweries and other things that of how are they handling their waste and their grease, and as on top of some of the other information we're trying to seek, so we can start collecting some data. So I just want you to know that our goal was to have full compliance that first quarter. We still have a ways to go. And I'm going to be indicating to our code enforcement to take that next step of notifying them again. Most businesses have had either 2 or 3 contacts. I don't know how much further we really need to do that before we just start implementing additional fees. But in case you are contacted, we're directing everyone to Ian Greer, the code enforcement officer. Tiffany, as Main Street manager, is trying to make a friendly reminder to people. But we do have a few that are just basically saying we don't plan to get one. And so I need, we need the support of the board as well in our endeavors.
Trustee Farrell?
So when a business says they don't plan to get a license, but it's a federal mandate that they have a business license to operate, did I see
Not
something?
a federal mandate.
I mean, I thought I saw something that
It's a state.
But legally, they are required by the state then to have a business license.
It's
By
local.
the city code.
It's in our code.
Or the town code.
Some may have licenses they need at the state level or maybe federal. Yeah, marijuana businesses would need federal as well. But no, this is in regard to implementing our own local code. And this is our first real year to have a staff available to try to get this implemented.
What would be a reason that a company would say no?
They just say, I have never had this and I don't plan to. It doesn't do me any good. And we try to educate with we try to educate with, if you have a valid license, then you get a free spot on our website that's visited this many times a year. You get to put your menu up there. You get it's free advertising. I mean, it's $50 advertising. And it's a code. I mean, it's been in place for years. And we have a few that just say, no.
And then what I didn't know was what is the penalty?
The penalty is up to a $1,000 fine. How often?
Per day.
Per day. But if they're not going to pay the $50, that's.
Then you can't enforce the fine.
Well, it would be going up to and putting a lien on that property. Like right now, we have a couple that we could say they're for sale, and say, so when you sell, we want, your back payments. But again, I've talked to the mayor about this a little, and I don't want to put you guys in a position of getting confronted by individual businesses. It's really more of, we were told, this was going to be important to try to get in place, and we're working with people. And how many tries do we do before we start implementing those fines, I guess?
Well, and let me just say, my response is I have no problem with the staff enforcing the code and applying fees. If you've done the outreach and you're just getting a blanket, obstinate response, then you send a letter and you follow the code. I'm not saying $1,000 is appropriate per day, but figure out what you think is reasonable and enforce the code. I do worry about us having to continuously get involved in code enforcement in town operations. That's not our role. And ultimately, I think it's good to be informing us of what's happening and what you're running into, so we're aware of it, so that if you are in a business and someone says, I can't believe the town is making me get this $50 license, you understand what the staff are running into. But so I think that's really the goal here,
and
is
to let
just
you know
to make
where
sure
we're at this
you're
point.
aware of it, so that if you hear about it, you can, educate them as to kind of why maybe some policies have changed or enforcement has changed. This is not about the $50 license. It's about us being able to manage the BOD going into the plan, understanding what businesses are doing. And it's, like this happens as you uncover other things that
it's been really
you don't
interesting.
always
We
know
now
about.
have some data on how many home businesses we have versus, not, and really seeing how many companies are out there making soaps and lotions that are probably contributing to so it's good information. But we're going to, there's about 3 of us staff that feel we have that relationship to talk one-on-one with the remaining people, but 45 businesses still takes, it's a lot of time and effort, and some are just being very resistant.
Well, I think the code is fairly clear. I mean, if you read the code, this is not new.
No, it's not new at all. It's just new to being enforced.
It's been a while. So, Trustee Browning.
I have one comment and a couple of suggestions. My comment on why don't people think they need to comply with this is because they've never been made to do it. They don't really believe the town will actually issue fines and put liens on their properties and stuff, because it's never been done. It's the same reason people know they should get dog licenses but don't get dog licenses, because it's never been enforced. And it's the same reason some people are still running Airbnbs despite the wide publicity that they have to be licensed and get a license, because they don't really think the town's going to enforce it to the point of issuing fines. And there are a number of areas once somebody thinks the town is a pushover and is not really going to enforce something, they won't comply with it. So I have 2 suggestions on improving compliance. One is, it's public information whether somebody has a business license or not. They're actually required under the code to post it in their business establishment. I would suggest, rather than posting a list of those who haven't complied, let's post a list on the website of licensed businesses in Lyons, alphabetize them, so that if you are doing business, if anybody's doing business with somebody in Lyons, they'll know whether they're licensed or not.
We do. They're licensed.
Okay, is it there on the website?
Yeah, every business who has a license, we advertise for them.
Okay, I'm not talking about just, I don't have to look at what format it's in, but I think there should be a single source where we could look alphabetically and see who's licensed and who's not. And so you'll know if somebody's on that list or not. And secondly, for those that have simply refused or not responded, the staff has discretion on up to $1,000 a day, and we don't want to go to $1,000 a day, but you have discretion, and I would suggest exercising that discretion and just let them know that as of, if you're not licensed by end of March, a fine of X amount will be assessed, and we'll be pursuing it. And if you're not licensed by end of April, it's going to go up. You're not licensed by the end of the May, escalate it.
Step.
And decide, use your discretion to decide above a certain amount it's worth, filing a lien against the property. And then you send them a copy of it. I think that would get their attention. But it's really in a number of areas, and this is one, and Airbnb is another one, and dog licenses is another one. We're going to have to show that we will enforce the code, and you have, as far as support from the board, you certainly got my support.
All right. I think at this point, is there a motion we can change the order of business and go into an executive session? Sorry, you're trying.
I move to adjust the order of the agenda and to go now to the executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. All right, Trustee Browning, did you want to vote on this changing order of business? Thank you. All right, 7-0.
She's got to read.
I'm going to take a quick.
She's got to read
For
into.
the record, the Lions Recorder is for sale, but we have paid.
All right.
How are we going to call him in? Just.
Oh, Deb can set it up quick. Do we need to read into so we can, and take it? So I can't turn it off until, I can't turn it off until we.
I don't think it was even on. I was getting my lights down before.
It's not recorded?
It's
Well,
not.
our luck, it would pop back on.
No, it's okay. It doesn't take long.
If she can get it right into the records, we can.
Ooh, that's a way better place. Yeah.
What is?
Really? I feel the complete opposite. Yes.
Breckenridge, CML, Breckenridge.
Oh,
Much
yeah.
bigger there than Vail.
Yeah, me too. Go ahead. Do you want to go ahead?
Okay, yes. I move to go into executive session pursuant to CRS sections 246402-4E and 246402-4B for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations and instructing negotiators, and for legal advice from attorneys representing the town regarding the town's energy cost savings contract with Honeywell International Incorporated for the new wastewater treatment plant. I further move to reconvene the board meeting at the conclusion of the executive session for the purpose of taking any actions deemed necessary and addressing items from the agenda not yet completed, and to adjourn the March 18th, 2019 regular Board of Trustees meeting.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. It passes 6-0, noting Trustee Caravis left the room temporarily. Is expected to return. All right. It is March 18th,